Swing, you there?
Yo, Shalom, Shalom. Yeah, I was just making sure my shit was good on my phone.
All
But
right,
yeah,
cool.
Shalom, y'all. Giving all praise, glory, and honor to Yahweh Bashim, Yahweh Shah, Bashim, Kakwadash. And Lord, what is edifying, man. And it's I got the brothers with me here today once again. Um, last time we did a stream on my channel or any one of my channels, it was the beginning of this year. We basically went into the outlook on 2022, kind of seeing what's the outlook, giving our perspective on how things were going to go down, some of the different events and agendas that are rising up that we're currently seeing right now, and how that's going to shape the world 2022, 2023, 2024, and however many years we got left in this society. So before we go ahead and get started, I want to say shout out to the brother J2K. Shalom, bro. Appreciate you coming through, man. You're sincere brother in this truth, man. Shalom to you, bro. But we also did a stream on D-Ben's channel, Spirit of David, a few weeks back as well. Y'all go check that out. And it's just a blessing to be here with the Akim once again to be able to spread this word and give some understanding for these world events that are happening, because the news, if you tap into CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, they give you a certain narrative, but they don't tell you the real agenda behind what's going on. They may give you tidbits of the truth, but they ain't gonna give you the real thing, unfiltered, raw. How we gonna give it to you on these panels, man, on these live streams, spreading this real word. Because at the end of the day, we got to understand. Yes, there's physical things that happen, but they all come from a higher level spiritual perspective. And if you don't understand that spiritual perspective, you're not going to understand the real physical effects of in like the shape of how those things are going to happen physically, basically being the ultimate end game as well, which we all know what that is. So before we get started, want to let the brothers say they opening statements, and we're going to get into it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We back again. A lot of things been happening these past couple of months. So, we just going to touch on, the Russia-Ukraine issue. The quote-unquote Karagma has kind of died down a little bit, but obviously it hasn't fully gone away. So we'll touch on that a little bit as well. Mm-hmm. Also, I believe the issue when it comes to Saudi Arabia trying to basically sell their oil to China using the yuan instead of dollars, and that if that actually happens, that's that's massive. That's not going to cripple the U.S. economy. That'll cripple the economy globally. So we'll see if Saudi Arabia has the guts to do that. But that's a whole nother discussion. Of course, just want to be here and edify the brothers like always. Like it says in the scriptures, Isaiah 33:6, wisdom and knowledge is going to be the stability of our time. So it's always important for brothers to understand. Of course, the scriptures come first and foremost, like even Christ himself said, seek ye the kingdom and its righteousness, and then everything else follows. But of course, you still got to allow that everything else to follow as well. So you got to be aware of what's going on around you. You got to be aware of, how to make money. You got to be aware of how to, take care of yourself and lead. But today we're just going to be talking about, things that are happening around the world. So you brothers can be aware of what's going on, and even for ourselves, because this is, partially self-edifying.
Con statements.
Shalom. I just want to say all praise to the Most High and His only begotten Son, Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Ba'ashem Harakakudash. And yeah, man, this is a very interesting topic. I remember talking about this before. And I kind of have I understand it a little better now. So of course, I'm with my brothers. I'll add in what I can, and hopefully, I'm very curious to see where this conversation leads up or ends up. And yeah, can't wait to get this information out there and chop it up.
Yes, sir, man. All praise to Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. May we continue to receive this daily bread, mental, physical, and most importantly, spiritual. And through all our transgressions, may the Most High, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, continue to give mercy on us and let us stay in the knowledge as it continues to flow like a river. And for the first time, I'm going to be the first one to bring the precepts to the party. Let's get it.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead and start it off, bro.
This is actually going to pretty much tie. This is actually going to be like basically the foundation of this whole live stream. Habakkuk chapter 2. I'm gonna start at verse. You know what? I'll start at verse 4. Behold the proud, his soul is not upright in him, but the just shall live by faith. Indeed, because he transgressed by wine, he is a proud man. What you say? Say something.
No, you good. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna start at verse 5 again. Indeed, because he transgressed by wine, he is a proud man, and he does not stay at home, because he enlarges his desire as hell, and he is like death, and cannot be satisfied. He gathers to himself all nations, and heaps up for himself all peoples. Will not all these take up a proverb against him, and a taunting riddle against him, and say, woe to him who increases what is not his, how long? And to him who loads himself with many pledges, he will not your creditors rise up suddenly, and will they not awaken who oppresses you, and will become their booty? So, I mean, in verse 6, it's talking about pledges or many pledges. And in verse 7, it's talking about the creditors. Those of us who have especially have a BLB Bible, have looked up that word pledges. It literally says debts, or in like the original King James, it says I believe it says thick clay, something like that. But is talking about debts. This system is complete debt-centered, debt-based system. So at the end of the day, all this stuff is meant to happen, the transition of money and all this other stuff, because all of these countries are in pretty much major debt, especially the superpowers. So throughout this live stream, we're going to, go through all that and try to tie together how does this all connect into the next digital system, because we all know that in this society, the number one thing that moves this world is commerce or economics. Yeah, fiat economics, which has nothing to do with the Bible, for those of us who have studied the law. But those are for those pro-black idiots out there that be talking about the Bible don't teach nobody about money. But that's a whole other topic. But yeah.
God, I mean, everything you're saying is facts, bro. I mean, you look at it, this world is run by the economic structure. And that's the thing. That's why I want to phrase it that way, the economic structure, because going into the title of this live stream, will the world have a dollar collapse? The reason why I say, well, the world preparing for a dollar collapse, is because we got to understand the economic structure of the world currently, and what currently shapes and fuels, no pun intended, fuels the world, and that's oil, right? And what is the currency? What is the currency that you have to be able to use in order to fuel oil to and fro? To get oil into your nation, you have to use the United States dollar, right? But as the world changes, as we are entering this digital age, as the brother Ghetto Genius was saying, we are entering a new age of currency transaction, and we're going to broach the question in this live stream: are we entering not just the new age of currency transaction from physical to digital, but are we entering a new world reserve currency as well, from the United States dollar to who knows what it can be? There's been a lot of talks about the Chinese yuan, as D-Ben mentioned earlier on in his opening statement, his opening statements, that the Chinese yuan is on the verge of becoming a mainstay world reserve currency. It was labeled a world reserve currency by the International Monetary Fund in 2016. So because of that, we understand that they have everything planned out years and years and years in advance, right? So by labeling the Chinese yuan a world reserve currency back in 2016, that's shaping the world for the future, and we're going to examine that and show why that may be the case and things of that nature. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we're on Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai's time. So at any given time, he could come down and disappoint the craft of the wicked. Matter of fact, let's get that real quick in Job, the 5th chapter. This is Job chapter 5 and verse 12. He disappointed the devices of the crafty, so that their hands cannot perform their enterprise. He taketh the wise in their own craftiness, and the counsel of the forward is carried headlong. So the reason why I say that is because at the end of the day, we're running on the Most High's time. So any given time, the Most High can say, with this world, I'm ready to establish my new world, and the new world going into the new world being refreshed world. The word kainos, as stated in 2 Peter the 3rd chapter, going into that new refreshed world, that being the kingdom of heaven, the kingdom of Yahweh Shai on the earth. So, but at any given time, the Most High could say, you know what, I'm done with this. We're gonna implement this. But the powers that be do have an agenda that they are working towards, as long as the Most High allows them to, and that's what we're going to examine right here from a financial sector. Because we got to understand, in terms of the New World Order per se. Now, that term New World Order has a connotation to it now. So we're going to get more specific in terms of a certain aspect of the New World Order going into the financial aspect. We got to understand the New World Order has many components. It's got a spiritual component, which is the most important component, going into the overt worship of the horn god, and that's going to be tied into the money system as well. But you got the spiritual component, you got the societal or physical component, and then you got the financial / physical component. And that's what we're going to examine right here today with the physical component. But of course, we're going to be touching on all things spiritual as well, as we do in all these live streams. So I just wanted to say that before we get into the bulk of everything going on. But any of you brothers got anything to say in regards to what Kenton said before we continue?
I was just going to say one thing in terms of how we're starting off. Are we going to start off with like the Saudi Arabia oil thing? If so, okay, yeah. Then I'll just lead on to my point now, because I just want to bring some context when it comes to the importance of oil. Like, for a lot of you brothers who don't understand, oil is actually the most important export globally. In fact, it's the largest export globally. And due to how the money system works, oil right now is more important than gold. And the reason why I say this, I'm sure a lot of you brothers who are aware of history, back in the 70s, when 1970s, Richard Nixon, that's when the dollar was removed from the gold standard. Mm-hmm. And it was essentially replaced with oil, because after the dollar was removed from the gold standard, essentially the U.S. and Saudi Arabia made a deal. So by allowing Saudi Arabia basically the ability to buy U.S. Treasury bonds, which are just essentially bills before they were auctioned, that means before like the American public could use those bills. Because the U.S. dollar had such a high trading power at that time, basically Saudi Arabia, in exchange for them receiving the dollars before many other countries did, in return, basically they would only sell oil in U.S. dollars. Mm-hmm. And Saudi Arabia, being one of the largest oil producers, only selling in U.S. dollars, that would further bolster the strength of the dollar. But not only did they only sell in U.S. dollars, they also, because their oil was one of their largest exports, and they were making so much money with oil, that means a lot of the other goods and services they were purchasing, they also use the dollar as well. And not only that, they would also have to have a high treasury of U.S. dollars, meaning they would have to have a high reserve of U.S. dollars. And this doesn't just apply to the U.S. Every country around the world, they have to maintain a large amount of U.S. dollars in their treasuries in order to just purchase certain goods and services. The main one being oil. I believe currently the United States, in terms of how much transactions when it comes to importing, exporting oil are based in U.S. dollars, I believe it's 60%, maybe a little bit less than that, maybe a little bit higher. It's been a while since I've looked up that number, but I'll just put it like this: the vast majority, the overwhelming majority of transactions when it comes to importing and exporting oil, which, by the way, like I said earlier, oil is the world's largest export. I believe it brings around maybe like 14, I believe like in the trillions, like $14 trillion. Oil brings in when it comes to, it's like $14 trillion oil brings in when it comes to exporting and importing. So the fact that basically the U.S. controls 60+% of all transactions of that $14 trillion, that just shows you how much value the U.S. dollar has when it comes to international trade. And that also trickles down to other exports as well, because if oil, being the largest export, is used mainly on the U.S. dollar, and all these different countries have large reserves of U.S. dollars, you know what that means? They're gonna fuck it. Let's just use the U.S. dollars for all our other transactions when it comes to, like, precious metals, when it comes to goods and services, things along those lines. So that's the power that the U.S. dollar has right now. That's why for Saudi Arabia to do this with China, they would kind of be fucking themselves over, at least in the short term, because if they were to switch over to the yuan, it would affect their economy as well, since the U.S. dollar has such important trade value. So they would be losing a lot of their ability to exchange goods, at least in the short term. But so if it's truly the elite's goal, well, actually, we know it's the elite's goal to weaken America and the U.S. dollars. But I'll say if it's truly their goal to weaken it through oil, every country around the world is going to feel that sting.
Absolutely.
For a long time.
And I'm glad that you mentioned that too, because it brings into perspective how valuable, how important oil is in maintaining the prowess of the U.S. dollar, not just in America, but the prowess that the U.S. dollar has around the world globally. Because as you said, in order to get oil into your country, you have to purchase it in U.S. dollar, specifically if you're going to be using OPEC. To get your oil into your country and whatnot. And like you said, in order for the shift, to actually happen, where majority of the oil sales or the majority of oil from Saudi Arabia is being bought and traded in yuan, then that is going to have a huge ramification on not just the American public, but worldwide. And when I say ramification, I mean ramification in terms of hyper inflation, not just little shit that we see right now with gas being $4, $4.50, $7 if you on the West Coast in California, whatever. No, I mean double and triple that, man, because all inflation is at its core is just a tax on the public. That's pretty much what inflation is. Now, the means of how that happens comes in a variety of different ways. Now, you let Joe Biden tell you, which is the importance of why we have to do things like this for the nation, because you let Joe Biden tell you, he's just telling you that inflation is coming because of the supply chain shortage and because of Putin's attack on Ukraine. You leave it to them, that's all he's going to tell you, which I'm not saying it has nothing to do with it, but it's not the cream of the crux of what really inflation is at its core and what is causing it. What's been causing inflation for years and years and years is the amount of excess spending at the behest of the United States and the Federal Reserve. That's been the crux of the inflation that we see right now and the hyperinflation that we're going to see in the future. You got to think about it. Everything that's been given away for free has a tax to it. Now, it's not going to come in the immediate, but it's going to come in the long run. What's been given away for free in the past few years? And I'm not even talking about all the trillions that Trump borrowed. I ain't even talking about that. That's a whole other topic. But just going into the Biden administration, what's been given away for free in the midst of the Biden administration and a little bit towards the end of the Trump administration. You got the stimulus checks. You got free solutions. Y'all know what I'm talking about with the solution. Free test, to see if you got the thing. All that's been free, man. Free mask, all of that, man. All that's been given away for free. There's a tax associated with that, man. And you're not gonna have to pay that right up front, but that's gonna come on the back end in your Starbucks coffee. That's gonna come in your bread. That's gonna come in your gas. That's gonna come in your water bottles from the grocery store. That's gonna come in your toothpaste. That's gonna come in your soap. All of that. That's how you're gonna pay that back, man. Because and nothing is free in this world. You're gonna eventually have to pay that back. That's how you're gonna pay that back. But you let Biden tell you that's not the case. That's not the cause or the crux of the inflation. So you have that right there. That's in-house. That's basically in-house inflation. Then you got on top of that, if Saudi Arabia does choose to make this move where they start to sell oil, OPEC or whatever, using basically allow China to use the Chinese yuan to have the majority of the buying power with the oil and then spread that throughout the world. If that's the case, then there has to be some kind of tax on the American people for the U.S. to make that up, right? So the U.S. has got to make that up some way, shape, or form, and that's going to come in the form of all the money is going to be back here, and that's going to cause everything to hike up in price because somehow, some way that has to get paid. Somehow, some way, basically you got to pay that back per se because everything right now is run off of debt. Everything is debt. Everything is debt related in terms of job supply, in terms of oil reserves, in terms of goods and services that we get into this country. Everything is debt related, right? So if United States having to go into more debt to be able to acquire certain things because the currency the buying power of the currency has weakened, that's going to cause, like I said, more debt, meaning what? More inflation, basically a tax on the American people in order to pay that debt. That's an effect right there that's going to happen in-house. Now, I'm just talking about in America, and I'm not even talking about around the world yet, but just in America of Saudi Arabia going in this direction where they choose to, with the yuan being the mainstay world reserve currency in terms of oil exchange rather than the U.S. dollar. So that's just something right there to keep an eye on and to look out for. Because, like I said, Biden's not going to tell you that. These mainstream media members aren't going to tell you that. But that's going to be the effect if that chooses to happen. I was watching a video. About some mainstream news outlet site where they were talking about basically the impact of Saudi Arabia and going with the yuan and whatnot. And they were saying all kinds of things like, oh, they've been at this for years, which is true. They've been trying to do this for the past 6 to 8 years. I'm not saying that's not true. They've been at this for years. They've been talking about this for a while. It's not going to happen for 30, 40 years. So they're going to give you all the fluff and shit. They're not going to give you the real deal story of what's actually going on. There's talks of this happening right now, and there's reasons that led up to this in the recent future. That's the thing about it. In the recent past, there's reasons that accelerated it. Going into this proxy war, going into this staged and this narrative-driven war between Russia and Ukraine. See, by kicking Russia out of SWIFT, that means you exile. When you kick Russia out of SWIFT, you're basically exiling all those other countries over there because Russia supplies its resources to those EU-based countries, France, Germany, all those countries over there. Russia is a big supplier of natural gas to those countries right there. So while exiling Russia from the SWIFT banking system, you're exiling all those other countries. So with Saudi Arabia going to the direction of the yuan, that's going to lead other countries to lose trust in the U.S. dollar. Other countries are going to leave SWIFT. Other countries are going to join the Chinese version of SWIFT, which is going to have more impact and more direct impact on the American people. Because, like I said, that's more taxation on things that we got. Taxation by what they'll call hyperinflation on the things that we have that we need for our everyday survival here at home because the dollar doesn't have as much purchasing power. See, when it doesn't have as much purchasing power, they got to make up that difference somewhere. And that difference is going to be made on your pockets.
Con. And even to add context to what the brother is talking about when he's talking about the economy will be ruined. If Saudi Arabia were to start selling their oil in yuan as opposed to US dollars, is because basically what would happen because of that is how the economy works, like Swint was saying earlier, it's a debt-based economy. So like the debt, it hurts us as a people, but the debt is actually good for the country, for the governors, for like the senators, for all the high officials, because more debt means more money in the economy, and more money means they can do more shit. Now, the people who pay for that debt is us, the American citizens. Now, in the case of the Saudi Arabia and the potential Chinese yuan deal, what's going to happen if more transactions are being done with yuan than the US dollar? A lot of these countries are going to have to get rid of their because basically many of these countries have purchased US Treasury bonds. Yeah, US bonds are essentially dollars. Basically, a lot of these countries have purchased a lot of America's debt, and they hold on to that debt because all a US dollar is just a piece of debt. When you have a $20 bill, a $1 bill, $100 bill, $50 bill. That's just a piece of debt right there. So like all these different countries own or have a little bit of America's debt because all money is debt in this current kingdom. So when or if that potential deal between Saudi Arabia and China happens, these countries, what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to start dumping U.S. Treasury bonds and start purchasing yuan Treasury bonds. So what's that going to do? That's going to bolster the China's economy, but it's going to shrink America's economy because basically there's going to be less dollars in circulation. So it's not really I'm trying to think of the best way because to explain this. It's not going to be how it is now, where like prices are skyrocketing. It's more going to be you're basically going to notice that there's not going to be enough money to purchase goods and services because there's going to be less money in circulation, but the prices for the most part aren't going to reflect that because Esau is wicked. So that's another way they're going to rake our money.
I mean, the thing about it, everything that they're using, right now to be able to quote unquote help Ukraine or whatever the fuck that means. Whatever they got going on over there, most of that shit is staged. Now it's gonna have real effects, which we are speaking about right now, but that shit is it is prophecy as well. Don't get it twisted, and it is the beginning of the process of starting World War III. Don't get it twisted. But in terms of what they're doing right now, all they're doing right now is bolstering up a major justification for what's going to come down the road. In terms of what we're speaking about on the with Saudi Arabia, dealing with the yuan, because all the global elite, the main goal, like D-Bones mentioned earlier, the main goal is to destroy the main world reserve currency in order to bring in and usher in the new world reserve, economic system. The reason I say that is because the new economic system won't just be, a currency, it's not just going to go from, it's going to go from the dollar to the yuan, going to be the main world reserve currency. Nah, I mean, it may have, and that may be in the short run. It could definitely be that for a little while. I'm not saying it's not going to be. We'll have to wait and see how things are exactly going to go to the T. But there's been a lot of talks as well about them actually, Saudi Arabia being able to deal with the digital yuan, and China's already started the process of implementing the digital yuan into their economic structure, into their system and whatnot. Now we know what China's also got within their structure and their system, the social credit system. So you tie both of those two things in together. Basically, you got to be basically that's going to usher in a society where you have to play the game to be able to get things that you need for your everyday life per se. Right. So that's the whole work, the great work, the global elite is trying to bring into effect. And the main way you do that is you have to get out with the old and then with the new. Meaning what? You got to destroy the US dollar, which is the world reserve currency right now. And the main way they're ushering that in is this so-called war between Russia and Ukraine. Because like I said, all these economic sanctions that Biden and the West is pushing on Russia is really not hurting Russia's economy. Russia hasn't been dealing with the dollar like that since 2014. They're not going to tell you that, though. They're not going to tell you that Russia and China haven't really been dealing with the dollar in a main way like that since 2014. They haven't tell you that Russia and China have already started to implement their digital dollars into their economic system. They don't need the American dollar anymore. The American dollar does not have the strength and prowess globally within the major nations, those major Eastern nations, like it once did. Those countries don't use the dollar like that. They don't need the dollar like that anymore. Russia and China, like I said in my last live stream, you can pretty much count that as the same nation going forward, right? Those are those two. Like I said, you might as well call it Russia. That's the same nation going forward, pretty much in terms of militaristically and economically. And since they have their own banking system as well to rival the SWIFT banking system, that's going to bring other countries who need those resources from Russia into their economy, natural gas, and Saudi Arabia, being the main and the primary exporter of oil, goes in that direction as well. Because if they go in the direction of dealing with the yuan and trading with the yuan, I would imagine that it will be outside of the SWIFT banking system. Now we'll see how that goes down, if it will be outside the SWIFT banking system. I would imagine that they're going to trade everything using the Chinese version, that being the CHIPS. I forget exactly what it stands for, being the chips. I would imagine they're going to go into using that right there. And of course, with the yuan being the main currency exchanged in that, and these other countries in the European Union needing those resources from Russia to be able to, who's tapped in with China, to get to that country, that's going to lead a lot of these EU NATO based countries away from the structure that upholds the US dollar into the structure that uplifts the Chinese dollar. And it could be just the Chinese digital yuan at that particular point in time, right? So this is all about accelerating the process of getting out with the old and in with the new. And the new, like I said, the yuan, it could be just what we review it as right now. But like I said, China's already started the process and been at the forefront of the process of bringing their digital dollar. They haven't tapped in with the apps on their I forget what the app is called in China, but they haven't tapped in with the apps right now in China, where basically you can pay for everything. And they, in the pilot stages of it, of course, they started to implement it in January of 2022. But you can pay with things using your digital yuan that you can access via apps on your phone in China, right? So with that being said, I wouldn't shock me that they actually make this move. They've been talking about this for years and years and years at this point, but it wouldn't shock me if this is the move that they go into, because the main goal, but we got to remember, we got to always look at things from a bigger picture point of view. The bigger picture point of view is to get the strength, is to basically remove the strength of the US dollar, not just nationally, but globally. Remove the system that upholds the US dollar. Like I said, that's why I personally believe that when all these countries start dealing with China more and more, it will be outside of the SWIFT banking system, which is another thing that upholds the dollar, because that's the main currency traded within that system. What do any of y'all brothers got to say about that?
Yeah, I was just gonna piggyback off that point, because as we know in Revelation 13, near the end of the chapter, what does it say? You cannot buy, trade, nor sell without the stamp.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all know what I'm talking about. So at the end of the day, what people need to understand is what needs to be established first is the economics. Why? Because it's the foundation for everything else. Once you get the economics, everything else just flows. You know what I'm saying? The number one way to compromise people into, especially in these times, to do anything is what? Money.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be for real. Why did most people get tagged? I mean, well, after a while, money.
Yeah.
Especially those that didn't get tagged right away when it was introduced, and and you saw them not necessarily, well, you could say the commercials, but like pundits get on CNN and blah 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 talking about, if you get tagged, you'll be able to go back to regular life and blah blah blah, all that dumb shit. We're not talking about them. We're talking about those who kind of held out for a little while, but as times got tough for them, guess what they did? Maybe they lost a certain job and they was trying to get another one, and maybe they lost that one too, or were in danger of losing that one too. What happened? They decided to get tagged. Why? Because of money. It is what it is. Economics. So all this stuff that we've seen. So
Vladimir Putin's inner circle now in a selling frenzy as they try to offload millions of dollars.
Go ahead.
You good? I don't. So the thing is, they got all this stuff that we've seen so far is like what would you call it? Mental test run, because it's going to happen pretty much the same way, but on a much grander scale, because the foundation has now been officially introduced, and now it has to be officially established. And the only way that beast system can truly be officially established in the way that it needs to, for the left hand, for the great work to be I wouldn't say complete, but pseudo complete, i.e. that putting that spiritual capsule on, putting that spiritual what you call it, spiritually completing the Tower of Babel, if you want to say that, is through the economics. They're not gonna be able to get like back then, what you could say, like what, maybe early AD and in late BC and things of that nature. Back then, you were able to control people through what? Through religions and things of that nature. Now it's all about the money. Yeah, fiat money, but it's all about the commerce now. So everything that you're seeing in the news is really based off of uh uh the contention between the USD and the yuan and maybe the franc, the Swift banking system. Everything is about the banking systems and things of that nature. Why? Because that's what has to be established first. There has to be the new currency. It's going to be digital, but there has to be a new currency on the scene that serves as the foundation in which every other nation can stand when it comes to buying, trading, and selling goods. That foundation has to be established first. Yes, there's going to be a lot of destruction and turmoil, as we know, but that's kind of a whole other topic. But
yeah,
that banking system has to be established beforehand, because once they take away, because like as we know, the great whore, her quote unquote her power is slowly coming to an end. So once they take away the USD, I mean, yeah, there's gonna be there's gonna be an off period, so there's gonna be some chaos because it has to be that in order to. There's gonna be another way to create the need for it, but it has to be replaced. They're not gonna just get rid of the USD and then that's it. There's no more currency. No, there's going to be a new currency, but that currency is obviously going to be digital because that's the wave. And then they have to replace the USD with something else that could be much more controlled by the government per se. So all this stuff is all the financial stuff that you're seeing, the contentions and stuff like that. Like all wars are fought over resources and currency, if not both. So at the end of the day, all this stuff is meant to create that foundation for what will be the next digital currency. Hey, it might be the yuan itself, the digital yuan or whatever. It might be, because I heard articles about that in 2020 saying that
No, it
that was
will.
going to be the
Digital yuan, yeah, it will.
digital yuan is going to be the next is going to be the either the first digital currency or like the next permanent global currency, because China's already ahead of everybody when it comes to economics. I've already said China's the new EU, basically, because as we know, the beast of the sea, America's the military side, the EU is the financial side, i.e. inner city London. Like I look at China as the new inner city London. Like they have all of they know how to control. They already know how to control things from an economic. Well, they have a leg up on everybody on how to operate things from a digital economic perspective. So at the end of the day, they're probably going to go with them for the economics. I mean, we'll see. But since they already have the idea and certain tools set into place, what's the point of trying to choose, if you're the international, the powers that were behind the scenes? What's the point of choosing another country where you got to wait for them to create their whole system from scratch when you already got China, who's been doing it for at least the past decade? So
I like how you mentioned that, because they already got one in place. They already got a system in place right now. Like I said, they're already in the pilot stages. They've already introduced it within their own economic structure, starting January of this year, within their own, like I said, their own economic structure within the actual people, right? And of course, not just with the people, but also with the international trade and things of that nature. And you talked about basically China being the next one up, and all. I look at it like this: they're in terms of spearheading the New World Order and the agendas of the New World Order. Like I said, it's out with the old and in with the new. So not just out with the U.S. dollar, but out with the U.S. influence over the world as well, in terms of the people, the countries, at least how the narrative drives it up. The countries following after the lead of the United States in all things, basically shifting that from the west to the east, with China kind of leading the way in terms of how things are rules and regulations, implementations into their own personal countries, things of that nature, especially when there's a need there for those countries from the Eastern powers, China and Russia. If you have a need from the Eastern powers for a certain natural resources to get to your country and your people, that creates more of a need for you to basically be down with whatever that Eastern power implements and wants you to get down with. If Saudi Arabia makes if they actually make this move, in terms of trading in yuan and things of that nature, and on top of those countries already needing those natural resources from Russia, it's a pretty much a done deal right there that they're going to exit. That those countries are going to start by the country, start exiting the SWIFT banking system, stop using the U.S. dollar with in conjunction with OPEC to get oil from Saudi Arabia, and start entering into the Chinese rival of the SWIFT banking system, use the yuan to get oil in conjunction with Saudi Arabia to get oil into their country. And that pretty much leaves the United States out high and dry. And basically the process of falling basically matriculates and just it tumbles over, rapidly, pretty much. Basically that would I mean, we already know the United States already fallen, but that would accelerate the fall of the United States to the 10th degree. You know what I'm saying? That will have so much. Now, it's not just going to be the U.S., but also the world as well. But if the powers that be, you got to remember, the powers that be, they don't care about the average common folk. They don't care about the average common person and whatnot. They care about accomplishing the goals of the global elite and the World Economic Forum. That's what they care about doing. So they're going to do that by any means necessary. And they're going to be good and they're going to be taken care of. They don't care how things affect the average common person out here. They just care about accomplishing those goals. And in the meantime, giving proper justification as to why they're doing the things that they're doing. They can come out and say, these EU-based countries can come out and say in the upcoming months, years, whatever it may be, these EU countries can come out and say, well, we were never down with all the sanctions Biden wanted to put on Russia, but since he did that ostracized Russia. Now we need things from Russia, so we had to exit SWIFT. They could come out and say that. Who knows? So it's all about accomplishing the goals of the international banking families and the World Economic Forum, and in terms of how these leaders move and shake and whatnot. So we got to keep that in mind too.
Con. I'll be honest, I missed out on a lot, so I don't even know where to jump in from. Y'all brothers can keep cooking, bro.
Con. It's right kind of cracking up on my end as well. So, y'all brothers doing a great job, though.
Yeah. Basically, we got some technical difficulties with some of the brothers, man. But Lord will.
Esau.
Yeah, you already know how it is, bro. You already know how it is. Hey, Lord will, everything's gonna get straightened out. But we're gonna go ahead and continue. I want to touch on this right here because we're going into talking about China. Basically how the Chinese rival of the SWIFT banking system, kind of puts China in kind of a driver's seat position in terms of the world going forward, and in terms of them kind of leading the way, especially with their digital yuan, for financial supremacy over the world per se. And basically, when you have financial supremacy over the world, you pretty much can instruct and regulate things how you see fit, and because you have a need. I mean, you created a need from all these other countries, and they need not just your currency prowess to be able to get the things they need in, but they also need your international trading system to be able to move money back and forth for their country and whatnot, which is why China has the CHIPS rival of SWIFT. But I want to tap into this article right here because it kind of touches on that a little bit in further detail. And I want to go down to, I'm going to start at the beginning. It says, cutting some Russian banks' access to SWIFT, the messaging network at the heart of the global movement of money, may be a highly effective punishment for President Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, but it will give other geopolitical rivals, especially China, the excuse to promote digital versions of their own central banks, which was going to happen anyway, money and global trade and finance that could weaken the dollar's international clout. The key pillars of the U.S. economic hegemony are SWIFT, CHIPS, and the dollar. Weaponizing any one of them against the banking system of Russia, the 11th largest economy, will convince Russia that it needs an alternative to the trifecta to escape the ambit of American power. It says based in Brussels, but with a data center in Virginia, the corporately cooperate the cooperatively owned Society of the Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, or SWIFT, is a financial panopticon, whatever the fuck that is, that allows Washington to surveil cross-border fund flows. However, the actual policing often comes out of New York, where 95% of the world's dollar payments are irrevocably settled. So I want to touch on that right there because it kind of taps in a little bit into the future of international trade throughout the world, and basically how that's going to affect and shape the fate of the U.S. dollar. Because you see, basically, with all these with China and whatnot gaining prowess by the day, especially with these other Middle Eastern countries as well, and of course, I'm sure some of the African countries as well. And but kind of the main ones: Saudi Arabia, India, which is already tapped in with China as well through the BRIC organization. But some of these other Middle Eastern countries, Turkey, countries like that, kind of shifting over, Pakistan, kind of shifting over to that side, especially with a lot of the resources needed for the world being within that region. As this article says right here, that's kind of prompting China up right there to kind of take strides, to kind of be that financial power throughout the world, and using their own central bank yuan to kind of regulate transactions, not just amongst the world, but also their own individual country, but those effects and the following of those effects affecting the other countries as well, being what the countries kind of following after their lead. I said something earlier, basically going into how China's already implemented their social credit system as well, tied into their digital yuan. The reason I want to bring that up is because we got to understand this, from a spiritual perspective as well, in terms of you can't have the mindset of, okay, that's just the flow of money. Oh, that's just the flow of how things go. Currencies rise or fall. You have the Spanish dollar, the French, the British, the United States dollar. Now you're gonna have the Chinese yuan. That's just how it goes. Nothing to worry about. You can't have that mindset because you gotta understand how things are going this time around. Each time there's a change in digital prowess, digital currency, there's some extra sauce on top of it as well that they throw into the game, right? This time it's going to be the digital aspect of things, but also not just that, but regulation of it as well. You got to out there in China, there've been a lot of talks of basically doing certain things to and labeling certain things as kind of foul play or red flags or certain things like that within the people, and basically those basically restricting access um on people for being able to move and shake in their country, do certain things within their country because they don't fit all the parameters per se. They don't follow the guidelines per se, or of how that country, of what that country has laid out in order to access their dollars. So it's not just about, oh, it's just gonna be digital, whatever, move on. No, it's not just about, it's about the digital aspect of it and the control aspect that comes from having a central bank to regulate it. That's why they're trying to demonize cryptocurrency, not just with using this Russian thing I said in my last live stream, basically going to how you got talks about how basically talk about Russia using crypto to get away from not using SWIFT and things of that nature, in order to combat the sanctions that Biden and the West have put on Russia, basically trying to demonize cryptocurrency that way, basically trying to demonize any kind of unregulated digital currency. That's why you see the U.S. recently have said that they're taking steps into investigating a CBDC US dollar, which they've already been doing, as I've been bringing out in my last live streams, going into how they're using the Massachusetts Institute of Technology to be able to bring that into their overall structure, into the overall American structure, and basically fine tune things and get all the wrinkles ironed out and things like that. If they come out and saying it now, that means basically they already got in the world. They already pretty much on the process of launching it. If they're coming out and making a statement about it, it's coming pretty soon. They're just fine tuning things. Basically, all that they're doing right now, right? The reason I say all that is because it's not just going to be the digital yuan. It's going to be the currency that Saudi Arabia uses to trade oil. It's not just going to be, oh, these other countries going to exit SWIFT and they're going to use China's banking system along with the digital yuan to be able to get oil into their natural resources from Russia into their country. And that's going to collapse the US dollar. And that's it. No, it's not just going to be that. It's going to be other things as well that are going to come with the CBDC in terms of regulation that we got to watch out for as well. What do you guys have to say in regards to anything like that on the regulation aspect?
I guess I'll say a lot of the regulations, a lot of it is just for show because we already understand that, you know, crypto didn't just happen. It was planned out. You know, it's just a snare. And you know, we're talking about Swift. There's something called XRP, I believe, XRP and XLM. Those are two cryptos that, you know, move that can move a lot of money in a very short amount of time. And they're going through, I guess, a lawsuit from the SEC. But you know, I just look at stuff like that as a show. You know, they got to put on a show to make the masses think that this is real, but they already know what it is. And you know, just everything you just mentioned, you know, about the dollar crashing and all of that. Once you understand what everything leads to, you know, the charagma. Once you understand that, you see this for what it is. This is all a show. It's an act.
Exactly.
It's all to. They're gonna crash the dollar to get you to go digital, and once they got, and I'm telling you, and a lot of people in the crypto space, they understand, bro. You hear these YouTubers talk about it. We do not want CBDCs.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they're going where the money is going. They know XRP and XLM and Ethereum. They all know these are new world order cryptos. Doesn't matter. They're going where the money is, and I can't blame them because you got these people called Bitcoin maxis where they think that Bitcoin is gonna save them. You know what I mean? And it's like you are the most delusional person ever. You believe that Bitcoin is gonna save anything. So you know, yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to say so far. You know, to sum it all up, you know, all this stuff that we see there it's all a movie, and everything that they throw in front of us to try to quote unquote help us is a snare. And once they get those CBDCs locked and loaded, it's a wrap. You're gonna see these people show themselves for who they really are because now they have full control of you.
Like you just said, man, it's like a show, man. But the problem is when the show's over, these niggas still want to stay in the theater. It's like, nah, nigga, try to get your ass up to get out. It's time to go. But do you have just to ask, are we gonna do an article when you're talking about cryptos and stuff? If not, if we are, then I'll save that point for later.
No, you can. Yeah, I mean, you could touch on it now. I was gonna go back into the Saudi Arabia point after we're done with this.
Okay. So because Hitman just brung it out pretty much, but I just want to explain it in a simple way because for us that have seen COJ's video a while back when he did the Bitcoin, what people need to understand is that, you know, all these cryptos and stuff, it's just a stock. Yeah. Is it, you know, every stock has its own, what would you call it? Its own individual way of determining, you know, how much money, how the stock goes up or goes down, depending on what people, you know, we all know how stocks go. But that's the thing, like it's a stock. It's not its own independent entity. And like Hitman just said, it's going wherever the money goes. All cryptos are going where the money goes. There isn't not one crypto that can stand on its own because they're all stocks, and stocks cannot stand on their own. They're all determined, goddamn noise, but they're all determined by that same factor, which is the currency that's backing it, whether it's the USD in our country, I don't know, the franc, the pound, euro, the yuan, whatever currency is in your country, that's what's determining your stock. That's what's determining the value of your stock/crypto. And yeah, I know what people say. Well, we can exchange crypto now, bro. What you mean, bruh? The only way you're able to exchange that crypto is if the value of that crypto is determined by whatever fiat currency is in your country. Like we trade, just to break it down very simply. Like when you look at Bitcoin, it's not, what is it, like 40,000 something, whatever it is right now. But last time I checked, it was like 40,000. So let's go with that. It's not 40,000 crypto coins. That's not 40,000 in crypto. That's 40. It's worth 40,000 in USD. So if the USD crashes and plummets all the way to zero, guess how much your Bitcoin is going to be worth? Zero, because that's what was determining its value. It was the USD or whatever currencies in your country. That's what's determining the value of your Bitcoin, not Bitcoin itself. It's just not. So at the end of the day, no stock is going to save you. And if you view crypto as a stock, you'll be fine. Well, you'll be mentally fine. Yeah, you still gonna lose all your shit, but you'll be mentally fine. You'll be able to mentally accept it for what it is. But what do you call them? Crypto maxis? What Bitcoin? What do you call them? Like,
No, it's so weird that they call themselves Bitcoin because Bitcoin is supposed to be the the way it was supposed to be done because you got Ethereum. They change. It's a deep thing, but Bitcoin is supposed to be the cryptocurrency that's supposed to fight against the central banks and shit like that. Bullshit.
Yes.
And before you go into it, I just want to say, like, who do these people really, like, who do they think like got Bitcoin from $100 to $10,000? Who pumped it up? You guys think you did that shit?
And that's the thing, like I just said, it's not 10. You didn't go from 100 crypto or 100 Bitcoin to 10,000 Bitcoin. No, it went from $100 to $10,000. Like everything is based off of the USD, so there is no running. Once that's done, what are you going to trade with? Because let's say you take away, let's say in the day of chaos, once the USD completely plummets and wastes away, right? All you're going to have is your coins. Well, there's so many different cryptos. Like, who's going to have, because the thing is, once the USD is gone, you're not going to be able to buy no crypto because there's nothing for you to buy it with.
You're not going to be able to sell your crypto either, because what are you going to exchange it for?
Exactly.
You're gonna exchange it for CBDCs or whatever.
Exactly. You're gonna have to invest into the CBDC. Am I saying it right? CBDC?
Yeah, CBDC.
Yeah,
Okay. You're gonna have to invest into the CBDCs in order to buy the crypto, because that's what's replacing the USD. So there's no running, because in that day when all the USD is gone, all everybody's gonna have is a bunch of coins. And that's it. And we're not even talking about Bitcoin, because let's be for real. Because it's 40,000 USD, how many people really have at least one full coin? Not many.
Well, to kind of throw it out there, Bitcoin, and that's why I kind of talk to you guys behind the scenes about AI. Bro, all Bitcoin and Ethereum is just when you go like in the future, say, because there's not going to be any cashiers, because all they quit because the thing, they're protesting. There's not going to be any truck drivers, because that, protesting. There's not going to be any waiters because everybody's got the thing and da. So all Bitcoin and Ethereum and stuff like that is for when you go to a restaurant, you just pay the little robot that served your food and made your food. That's all that shit is for, bro.
And I want to touch
still
on
be
that
around.
because
Facts.
I just want to touch on. Well, go ahead, D-Ben. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, just to touch on several of the points y'all brothers made. I know I've been fuck Esau and this bullshit. Like, I don't know if y'all brothers made this point earlier. Hopefully not. But just to address a lot of the things that you're talking about, it's not a coincidence that Ukraine is been on the news, regardless of the war aspect. Because I'm sure a lot of you brothers have actually probably heard about this week. Ukraine, their Ministry of Digital Transformation, they actually legalized crypto as an actual legal currency of exchange. So this is like now banks in Ukraine will start opening accounts for crypto companies. So imagine you have a crypto account with a bank. That's beginning to happen in Ukraine. They're going to eventually allow crypto to be used as an actual form of exchange. And this happened this week. Not only that, when you think about Ukraine, even last year, I think they're one of the countries that were heavily implementing the stamp passport. What's the best? The stamp passport. You know what I'm saying? The juice port.
Bro, Venezuela made
implementing that
legal tender.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Oh no, yeah, I do remember that too. Venezuela as well. So there's like several countries that are slowly starting to implement that. But the reason why countries like Venezuela and like Ukraine, they can do these things is one, it just shows you how much more control the banks have over the economy and the people than they do in the US. Because, quiet as kept, even though we already understand that prophetically, this is, the seed of Satan. Prophetically, this is the great whore of Babylon. One of America's great strengths, and I'm talking about in terms of promoting wickedness, is also its greatest weaknesses. Meaning what? The fact that there are so many different people from different nationalities, countries, and faiths and beliefs. That's what makes it easier to disseminate certain narratives, because there's not really one unified front. But it also damages them as well. It like prevents them from making swift changes because the mindset of the people aren't uniformed. Specifically, those people in Middle America, because quiet is kept. A lot of America is rural. Like a lot of people, when they have the image of America, they just think of the big cities: New York, Dallas, LA, DC, Atlanta, Miami, where it's popping. They think the entire United States is like that. No. There are vast parts of the United States, especially in the Midwest, states like Oklahoma, parts of Texas, even part of the Northeast, like parts of Indiana, Ohio, Vermont, Maine. We can go north, South Dakota, Minnesota. Like there's states, even parts of Virginia, even parts of Georgia too, where like they're just huge rural areas where a lot of these people aren't fucking with a lot of this digital shit. Like they don't really have. There's still a lot of people in America who don't even have bank accounts. They still use cash. Quiet as kept. That's very different compared to a lot of these countries. I guarantee you, countries in Europe, especially places like Ukraine, I guarantee you probably every person there has a bank account.
Especially when you start getting up in the Nordic region countries like Finland and Sweden and
Norway, Denmark, all those countries.
Not only do all of them got bank accounts, a good amount of them got that Kuagma too.
Oh no, I was about to say, you already know they juiced up. They drink their orange juice. They got the apple juice. They got all the different juices, man.
And it's funny. I like that you mentioned the fact about how a lot of America being unoccupied land. I think actually about 47 to 50% of America is actually unoccupied land currently, and also a lot of people who live in the rural areas of America, like you said, they're not really fucking with a lot of the digital transitions that America is making, not just now, but in the recent years as well. I remember when the new cards came out and they had the thing on the card that they're going to end up putting in your body. They had that on the card. Yeah, they had a stamp on the card. A lot of people, and I was one of the people was like, no, I don't really want all that. I just want to use my regular card. I don't really care for all that shit, man. But a lot of people who aren't fucking with that new card with the stamp on it, man. So it's going to be interesting to see how they transition this and bring in this new money's I'll say this new economic structure. But that's why I say like it has to come via a worldwide global collapse. Because if you collapse the world, if you collapse the power of the green piece of paper, which is the US dollar, then these people have no choice but to get into the digital space. If your dollar is literally worth you wiping your ass with it, then it doesn't matter how much you using cards. You're gonna have to go. You're gonna have to go into that realm, bro. It don't matter, man, because that's what the U.S. dollar is turning. Because we already know it's just a fiat currency. It has no gold or silver backing. As you mentioned in you mentioned in the 70s, it was actually it was actually the year 1972 during the Nixon administration where when they struck that deal with Saudi Arabia for OPEC and them having to use the U.S. dollar to get oil and whatnot, and they will remove the gold standard from it. Basically, the U.S. dollar became the gold standard for the world. Basically, that's what happened at the time, and also that was also in exchange for military prowess and power and protection over in that region. But you do some research on the relation between the Saudis and the United States. A lot of them are upset with the United States based off of their lack of interest in the war with Yemen, and also how they handle the Iran nuclear weaponry deal and whatnot. The Saudis are getting pissed off with America in regards to America holding up their end of the bargain, which is another reason, or I'll say how the narrative is being drawn up, which is another reason why they're potentially, which it's going to happen, but we got to say potentially because we don't know when it's going to happen, but why they're going to eventually go into the process and exit the dollar being the main trading resource, going into the yuan being the main trading resource. That's another reason why they're going to that as well. So that goes to show you right there that, at the end of the day, America is just in such of a fucked up position around the world. They've done so many people dirty. They've done so many people wrong. Like they flexed their might for so long that these so-called patriots that you got here who got this America the Great, America the Beautiful mindset, America is not what you think it is, man. America has forsaken business deals, has not held up the end of the bargain, has waged a lot of silent proxy wars. Well, I wouldn't say proxy, but a lot of silent wars on the people, it's these rural people being included, that have affected you, the mindsets of yourself, your kids, certain things of that nature for generations upon generations, where things have weakened over time due to silent wars America's put on their own nation, man. So these patriots who got this America the Great mindset, it's not what you think it is. So you think that you're going to be able to stave that off for forever, and I'm never going to join that, and I'm never going to join that side, and the third. Well, hey, the dollar's going to get to a point based off of all the bullshit America has done internationally, worldwide. Like I said, the reason I brought up the Saudi Arabia thing is because it's being told right now that America has not kept up their end of the bargain, and the Saudis are pissed off about that, and that's another reason why they're going into the yuan. So there's no way America can make that up because those events have already happened in terms of the Iranian nuclear deal, the Yemen war, and things like that. Those events, have come and gone and things of that nature. This America can't, turn back time and go change their dealings with that. So that's likely already sailed, and Saudi Arabia is going to go in that direction, and that's just going to accelerate the process of the paper green dollar that we use being worth you blowing your nose into. That's all it's going to be worth in the world we headed into. So these people, you're gonna have to get in. You have to get in that game. It is what it. I ain't saying you got to sell your soul to it. I ain't saying that you live and die by it. But cash is cash is done. Cash is done.
Especially
Finish.
as the times go on, man. Like especially in this society that we're in, a lot of you brothers, man, us included, our faith in the Most High is really going to be tested. Like, do we really believe that we're going to inherit the promises of the scriptures, and do we really believe that through enduring through the end that we're going to make it? Because as the times continue on, it's going to be harder for us brothers to understand what time we're in to live. Because as things become more digital, my brother, you can't follow the wave. You're going to have to come against it. You're going to have to be one of them old motherfuckers. Be like, I don't like this digital shit. Why can't I just do shit like I was before? Or basically, you're just going to have to figure out a way to do less. Because as this society progresses and as things begin to change, first, it'll be temporary. Like Swin was mentioning earlier with a lot of those debit cards with the new the chip in them. Not all debit cards had it at first.
The stamp that was on it.
The stamp that was on it. Yeah, not all debit cards had it at first. It was only the brand new debit cards. But now over time, every debit card has it, man. Now you can't even swipe anymore. You gotta sticking that stamp, man. It's so inconvenient. And even just but real quick before I continue on, I just want to get a precept just to go on to Swin's point about especially Saudi Arabia, since they're eventually going to turn against America as well. This is Ezekiel, the 16th chapter. I'll start at verse 35. And of course, this is talking about the harlot, or AKA the whore of Babylon, that being the United States of America. But let me continue on. Ezekiel 16 and 35. Wherefore, O harlot, hear the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord power, because thy filthiness was poured out, and thy nakedness discovered through thy whoredom with thy lovers, and with all the idols of thy abomination, and by the blood of thy children which thou didst give unto them. Behold, therefore I will gather all thy lovers with whom thou hast taken pleasure, and all them that thou hast loved, with all them that thou hast hated. I will even gather them around about against thee, and will discover thy nakedness unto them, that they may see all thy nakedness. And I will judge thee as women that break wedlock and shed blood are judged. And I will give thee blood in fury and jealousy. I'll read verse 39. And I will also give thee into thy hand, and they shall throw down thy eminent place, and shall break down thy high places, and shall strip thee also of thy clothes, and shall take thy fair jewels, and leave thee naked and bare. Meaning what? Eventually, a lot of these countries, and we're already seeing it with Russia and China, Saudi Arabia, like we mentioned, they're going to be tired of American shit. They're going to be tired of the quote unquote pristine image that America has globally, because a lot of these leaders behind the closed doors, they already know what we're about. They understand that we really promote wickedness throughout the earth, that we sow confusion, not even throughout the earth, but even amongst our own people. Quiet as kept, most people around the world think that Americans are brainwashed and stupid. Of course, globally, most people are, just because they embrace what's on the television and don't do actual research. But especially Americans, people are viewed, since we're like the biggest consumers when it comes to entertainment, we're the most blind and ignorant when it comes to things around us. But there's going to be a time and a day where that facade of America is going to be destroyed, both in the minds of the people, but also literally, because America is going to be stripped of its prestige when it comes to, being the number one country where everybody wants to go to. It's a place where you can make it rich if you poor from a third world country. It's a place where you can do whatever you want to do. It's a place where you can become successful. Those days are coming to an end, man. Is eventually motherfuckers want to move to China to make money, especially if this deal with Saudi Arabia happens and more people are buying the yuan as opposed to the dollar. Because going back to that topic real quick, if that actually were to happen and oil, Saudi Arabia starts purchasing oil in yuan as opposed to US dollars, that means all countries across the world, even the US, are going to have to get rid of some of their dollar deposits and purchase yuan just to make transactions. And quiet as kept, China is already a very powerful economy, and they already quiet as kept control a lot of the media throughout the United States. And a lot of these major corporations actually work through China, like Nike. We can even say the NBA.
TikTok.
TikTok. A lot of these different energy companies in the United States also are through China as well. So China, low-key, already has a stranglehold on America. So if they get this yuan deal, it's not even just going to be subtle anymore. It's going to be like, okay, everybody's going to have to pay OBS to China. And like Swin was saying earlier, it's not really just China, it's China and Russia. Quiet as kept, because Russia and China are partners. They're working together in order to basically overpower America, because they understand by themselves they could, put up a fight against America, but it's better to have two than one. So working together, they'll be able to throw in America, and just like I read earlier in Ezekiel, they'll basically strip America bare. And then I don't want to get into the precepts talking about the nuclear fire and destruction, because that's a whole nother topic. Just want to focus on the economics for now. But there is going to be a time where all these countries are going to gang up on America economically. And while the people of America are suffering, everybody else in the globe is going to be prospering. Because quiet as kept, another thing that's going to happen as these days progress, especially like the powers that be, specifically a lot of the banking families, the families in inner London, people like the Bushes and the Clintons, like the real elite of the world who like really control economics. They don't want America to be this successful, great nation. They want a one world government. And in order for one world government to exist, there can't be one nation that's preeminent above everybody else. I mean, what's the main thing that gets pushed in America? Equality. Everybody's got to be equal. Well, hey, man, every country got to be equal. And most countries around the world are third world countries. So what's that mean? We got to go down to their level.
Exactly.
And they got to come a little bit up, and we're going to meet them somewhere in the middle. But America's not going to be this great country for long. It might not be as bad as the third world countries, but it won't be as great as it once was. And it already really isn't. I mean, we can already see, I believe, hasn't inflation increased about 7% this year alone?
Yeah, it's increased about 7% this year alone. But then you add on top of that, basically the Fed, once again has
hiking up interest rates too. That's happening as well.
So you got to add that into it as well. That's gonna, you can add another shit over the course of these, because they said they're gonna do it 6 times this year, which of course they're gonna do it 6 times, but that's a whole nother story.
Yeah. I wanna
just real quick. They said they're gonna do it 6 times this year. So with them doing it with them hiking up interest rates 6 times a year, raising the 25 basis points each time. I mean, man, that's gonna. I mean, inflation rate 7% so far, 7-8% so far. What are we gonna be looking at? 25-35% inflation by the end of this year, possibly.
Gas gonna be $10 in LA.
It's awful, man. Because here's the thing, like. I know D-Ben said that America might not quite turn to a third world country, but I'll be honest with you, based on prophecy of the scriptures, I believe that it is. And the only reason why I say that is because, like you said, it's already not like the way it used to be, and mainly is because of the money. You know what I'm saying? Like the only thing that's really keeping this country together somewhat is the belief and the worship of money, because pretty much no matter who you are, no matter what your, personal ideologies are, just about everybody in this country worships money, just about. So that's the only thing that's really keeping people from going ape shit. So once the money, the USD gets taken out the way, there's going to be a pause period, and that's going to be the first, because obviously it's going to get burned by other countries, but a lot of the destruction is going to be from within, because what's going to happen is once that money gets taken out the way, now that unifying belief or unifying worship, i.e. that fiat money, the fiat USD, whatever, is now taken out the way. Now the only thing that people got is whatever their personal beliefs are. And oh my goodness, I mean, there's a reason why America is known as the whore Babylon, the great whore. Because what does a whore do? Literally, she receives anything and everything, right? Well, That's what America does. Exactly. They receive anyone and everyone, no matter who they are, no matter what they believe in. Everybody has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Yeah, whatever. Everybody has the right to do that, no matter who you are and no matter what you believe in. I mean, I did a breakdown a long time ago using not a long time ago, but I'll say about a year and a half ago, using if y'all know that game, the video game back in the game, Mortal Kombat Armageddon. I used that intro to describe basically the whole world's going to become that to various degree. But the thing is, in other countries, their governments, especially especially the ones who's in charge or like figurehead, they have way more control over the people than America does, especially because of the fact that America has guns. You know what I'm saying? So, and of course, things like freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, blah, 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 blah. But mainly it's the guns. So at the end of the day, America is going to run into a big issue from within, because once that money gets taken out the way, now people have to find different ways to establish quote unquote culture. and then they're going to run to their personal beliefs. And we already know that old saying, "Fight for what you believe in," right? Well, this was literally going to happen. People are going to be fighting over their religions. They're going to be fighting over, I don't know, sexual orientations, these pseudo races, whatever, fake races. They're going to be fighting over that. I'm trying to think what else would they fight over. I don't know. They already fighting. Niggas already fighting over their block. So yeah, that's gonna continue to happen.
And Cam's fighting over their block too.
You don't have, but I like how you mentioned the point about America is, when the money goes out the way, it's going to cause a lot of issues within. You got to think about it. Money can also be a distraction oftentimes for a lot of the things and the issues that people deal with in their everyday lives. It can also be a distraction from what you feel internally about a particular person, a group, or organization. All that can be masked with money, right? So when you take the money out the way, then people's true intentions get not only revealed but are shown on the surface in an excess way. Because in order for you to get the things you need to get and the resources that you need to get to protect and provide for yourself, you're gonna take it from the person that you deem least desirable. And what's that gonna cause? That's gonna cause civil war right there.
Hey, you just said it right there. You brought up that's the spirit, bro. Because that's where I was going. You said people's true intentions are gonna be brung out. Well, we already know what brings people together. Lies, more time than not. Lies.
Yes,
the truth separates people, right?
Facts.
What is the biggest lie in America? Our fiat currency. That's the biggest lie in America. So that's the biggest unifier. Anybody can come together under that fiat currency. We all go to the store, and grocery stores, department stores, retail stores, malls, whatever, wherever you go. There are a bunch of different people, different ideologies, different religions, different sexual orientations, blah, 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 blah. They're all in the same stores all at the same time. How? Why are they all in there at the same time? Getting along for the most part. When you go down the aisle and another car's coming the other way.
Monetary transaction, that's why.
Yeah, exactly. You saying excuse me, you go pick out some chips off the shelf and they just try to be in the way and they say excuse me, or you say excuse me, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's nice in the store. Why? Everybody's getting along. Why? Because everybody's here to do the same thing. They're here to use their fiat money to buy, not necessarily trade or sell, but you get the point. They're here to buy goods. They're here to exchange in commerce. Fiat commerce, but they're here to exchange in commerce. Well, once again, once you take that out the way, it's gonna be straight chaos. It's gonna be what happened in 2020 on a million. Everybody bought all the goddamn toilet paper and shit. Everyone went to the stores and bought everything. It was long lines everywhere. The same thing's gonna happen this time, but it's gonna be on a whole nother level because the money's gone. So it's gonna be something that's gonna happen either right before or right after that announcement gets made, where people are just gonna run into every single store known to man and try to buy up all the resources before it goes bad, before the money goes bad, or however you want to look at it. And it's going to create major fighting off of that alone.
And I think I'm glad you mentioned that too, because I think to quell some of that, Babylon, you see a lot of talks with Babylon in terms of bringing in the universal basic income system as well. But we all know the universal basic income system ain't going to be brought into that digital dollars brought in, to that CBDC is brought in. I can't imagine. I mean, I could be wrong, but I can't imagine that UBI being brought in unless the U.S. has already established the CBDC and the economy has already collapsed. And so when I say the economy, I mean the fiat dollar has already collapsed worldwide due to all the things that we're talking about right now. We've been going over in this live stream, triggering the economic collapse, of the fiat currency, basically. And then, of course, the United States already having the solution to that being the CBDC, which we're going to go into, but they already have a solution to that, basically bringing in some kind of like a rationing system, which is what it's going to be. It's going to be a rationing system, but they're gonna mask it with a fancy term like universal basic income. We want everyone, like Devin was mentioning, they want to remove the concept of individuality. They want to remove the concept of there being, amongst the common folk, a higher class, a middle class, and a lower class. They want everyone to pretty much be on the same playing field to create that one world system they're trying to bring into effect. How do you do that? You got to collapse what people have to prop them up. What do they got to prop them up? They got whatever access they have to the fiat dollar that's able to grant them a certain lifestyle. When you take that away from people, then you can implement a rationing system, and then with that right there, you can put everyone in the same playing field. Basically, we're gonna give out a $2,000 stipend each month, and we're gonna call it universal basic income, but it's really gonna be a rationing system. Okay, you're able to get with this UBI in conjunction with your CBDC. You got this amount of points. You can use this amount of points to get bread. You can use this amount of points to get water. You can use this amount of points to get eggs. Things like that. That keeps everyone in the same playing field, and that pretty much does two things. Is it puts people in two categories: those who are going to definitively go into the system, and those that ain't. And the ones that ain't, they're gonna be the ones trying to raise all hell, and the ones that are, they're gonna be the ones that's trying to quell that. And then that's when you bring the civil war dynamic in. They always want the duality dynamic with it. They want the people who are going to raise all hell. They want the people who are going to want to quell the people who are raising all hell, right? So then you got those two fighting against each other for the fate and for the state of where the country is going forward. And then don't be surprised, you got two political figures as well who represent both sides of that coin. You may have a Biden or Kamala Harris, and then you may have a Donald Trump who's going to come back in the fold and kind of be on the opposite end, play his role. You got a Kamala Harris who can play her role on the other end as well in terms of she represents the system. He's going to represent anti-system. That's when they're going to rile up those those two groups and whatnot, and come to an impasse and a chaos where basically only thing that can solve is destruction, killing, and war. That's the only thing that can dissolve, that can dissolve and solve that issue at the top right there. We got everything boiling up and rolling up to that point. Only thing that can basically get rid of people is killing people and basically just either you go off in the woods or whatnot, or you die. That's the only thing or you get cast into an internment camp or certain things like that. That's the only thing that's gonna stop it.
Yeah, a lot of people gonna get those who don't bend the knee, they're gonna be left for dead. Now, there's gonna be like you said, there's gonna be a sector of them that's going to try to rise up because realistically, they want to be under the worship of this system, but they want it to be under the old-fashioned way, and obviously we're not going back to that. So, but whatever. So they're going to try to fight back. They're going to get their block knocked off. It is what it is. Of course. And then there's going to be.
They're not going to have the backing of the powers that be. See, those people. See, a lot of these America the Great, these patriot, Edomite Americans, and some Jakes too. These gun owning and I'm not saying it's born to have a gun. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I advise you to strap. That's just me personally.
What they call them, the not fucking around coalition.
Yeah, the NFA. Where that nigga been? You know what I'm saying?
That nigga got locked up last year.
That nigga popped up on the scene, talk about we the 12 tribes of Israel.
Exactly. In front of the old KKK fort that was abandoned, like
exactly, bro.
For sure.
Why tell me that nigga want control, dog? Come on, man. Come on. His name was Grandmaster Jay.
Keep in mind, he had all them niggas kneeling, wearing purple. I think we're all wearing purple or some shit. They were
no, they was wearing black. They was wearing black, bro.
Oh yeah,
all black.
They were kneeling. Black, they were kneeling, wearing all black in front. On a live stream for 2 hours. I'm like, come on.
Dang, so they really stepped up their Saturn worship then. They said we're gonna pray to him for 2 hours straight, man.
Exactly.
Hey, but real quick, I was just gonna mention just to add on to a point that Ken had mentioned earlier, and just to like further clarify on the point I meant, the reason why I said earlier that America is not gonna quite be a third world country is because like for a lot of third world countries, a lot of these people live like on $1 a day. Like they work, and that money they make is enough for them to get a bowl of rice and call it a day. They really got to struggle to live. Like the U.S. is not going to be like that. I mean, what's the 2030 agenda? We already know that dude Charles Schwab and I'm drawing a blank. What's World Economic Forum. Their goal is by 2030 to have the people own nothing but be happy. So it's not going to be that motherfuckers are going to be struggling to live. At least the average person. It's just, especially by 2030, It's going to be very hard to own a home. It's going to be very hard to own a vehicle. It's going to be it's just going to be extremely difficult to own anything. So basically, by the 2030s and onwards, you renting, you leasing. You ain't owning nothing. That's basically the society we're going to live in. And that's really the great equalizer. Because, I mean, what's the main difference between the middle class and lower class people? The fact that they quote unquote own a home. But even most middle class people don't really own the home. It's really upper middle class people that actually own a home and own land. They average like mid to low class. They really just leasing a home. But that's a whole other topic. But like basically, the end game is to have upper middle class downward. All y'all niggas are renting. Y'all are owning nothing. That's basically
you're all gonna be on monthly stipends as well, because that's how they're gonna be able to get you in the spirit of being happy with you owning nothing. Because the world by that particular period of time, it's gonna have turned over so much, where so many things have changed, so much chaos has ensued, and en route to destroying the formerly known U.S. dollar at that point in time, the fiat currency, and the things that hold up the United States, everything that holds up the United States, the fiat currency, the EU and NATO, SWIFT, all that is going to be, I would assume, is going to be by the wayside. Because like I said, it's my opinion that a lot of these countries are going to start exiting SWIFT as well, because they're not going to be using the U.S. dollar to be able to get things into and trade within their own country. They're going to be using the digital yuan, in my personal opinion, because I don't think that's just going to be limited to oil. That's also going to be limited to all the natural gas and fertilizer that Russia is a huge producer of, especially that fertilizer that Russia is a huge producer of. In order to get into their countries as well, they're going to have to use the yuan to be able to do that, because Russia is holding up China militaristically, and China is going to be holding up Russia economically. That's how those two nations are going to be rolling here until Yahweh Shah comes back. You know what I'm saying? That's how that's going to go. So with those two nations kind of rolling side by side on the military and the fiscal way of things, you know, basically all the other countries that want to get down with that system are going to have to get down with that structure. Meaning what? They have to get down with the currency of that structure. And that means exiting SWIFT and entering China's rival system of SWIFT, which in turn is gonna like you said, like you were mentioning earlier, D-Man, going to having these nations basically sell all their treasury bonds and certain things like that. Basically everything that holds the US dollar to the price that it does, them exit all of that in order to buy into the Chinese market, using the digital yuan to be able to buy into the Chinese market and buy into CHIPS and buy into Saudi Arabia with their gold, with their digital yuan, to be able, the Chinese digital yuan, to be able to do the things they need to do to maintain the country's function and whatnot. All that's going to lead to the demise of the US dollar, because all that is basically, anytime the dollar is not being circulated and not being used for international transaction, international funding, people aren't buying into the U.S. dollars on the stock market, the open trade market, and certain things like that. The dollar is weakening when it's not being bought into and things of that nature. So that is going to have a ripple effect in America. So what's going to happen with that? That's going to cause the dollar to completely collapse. Next thing you know, people in America are going to need something to be able to move and shake. The dollar is going to be persona non grata. It's going to be worthless at that particular period of time. The dollar is going to be, like I said earlier, all you can pretty much do with that is wipe your ass with it. That's all you're going to be able to do with that green piece of paper at that particular period of time. So what? They're going to have to, unless they just want a bunch of dead bodies on the street, starving people, which you are going to have a population of that as well. But unless they want that immediately, they want that eventually. But unless they want that immediately, they are going to have to implement some sort of universal basic income system, regulated with the U.S. CBDC, to get people to still to basically move money and whatnot, move digital money and whatnot in and out throughout the U.S. economy and things of that nature. That kind of a structure like that is going to have to be in place. So I would imagine that with that being in place, that's going to be the process of getting people to own nothing, or that's going to be part of the process of getting people to own nothing to be happy. Because the world's circumstance is so chaotic surrounding this, we're giving you a solution to combat this right here. And they're not going to, and basically they're gonna justify it with all, even going into 5-6 years down the road, if this society lasts that long, even going into that 2030 agenda or whatnot, they're gonna all bring it back to this point in time right here this year, and where they say, oh, all this happened because Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. They're gonna still be running with those same narratives, so they're not seen as the bad guy.
Yeah, and I want to actually touch on what you actually, that's what I'm going to piggyback on something that you said earlier, because you were talking about the UBI and how it's going to be introduced. You're saying that's your personal opinion. I'm with you on that, because my thing is there has to be like you say all the time, there has to be a sense of manipulation. Like, they're not going to just do it outright. So there has to be a type of, in a way, a logical understanding of why the UBI is being introduced. Exactly. So, I mean, you're saying there might not necessarily be dead bodies laying in the street. I'm saying that because that's the whole point. There has to be the desperation in people has to be created. So there has to be a dark.
Man, you a violent motherfucker, aren't you? You are gonna be one of them niggas shooting in the streets, aren't you?
Nah, I ain't got no gun. I ain't got no fucking gun. I'm just gonna watch niggas get shot.
Hey, man. We can't be in Texas without no damn gun. You're gonna have to get a gun.
Hey, man, I might have to get like Wonder Woman and put them steel wrist things so I can be blocking bullets. You know what I mean? They'll reflect off and kill everybody else, not me though.
Oh, you're a part of GMS now. You a Super Saiyan, huh?
Yeah, I was just about to say, my nigga, we gonna see you on the news. Local black man tries to deflect bullet with bracelet. Get shot in the head.
Nigga, we got sticks at camp, nigga. That's how we rolling, bro. We got sticks everywhere.
Yeah, we got sticks at camp. We bleakied up. We bleakied up. You know what I mean? We bleakied up. But that's the thing.
We bang for the most.
Oh, bro. All praises, man.
Oh, man. Quadruple honors. I'm just kidding. But we
nigga ran up on me like he had a new body.
Oh my god! Why are we carried off to jail?
Low key, I'm looking at Turner Classic. He's right. You can get cheap, like you can get a Glock for $400, man.
Yeah, that's
in Dallas, man. You can
probably get it cheaper. You can probably get it cheaper off. What's that site called? What's that fucking site called? Oh man, fuck, I can't remember the name of the site. It's like, I think it's called Gun Broker. The name of that site, you can get one for like $200, bro.
Well, you know what?
Continue. I want to
you know what? $200. I just want to say $200, $400. You know what? I'm just got to hope my Bible turns to a shield, nigga, because I ain't got that.
Hey, I mean, like it says in the scriptures, I believe it's Paul. Is it in Corinthians where he mentions putting on the armor of the Most High?
Hey, man, was that Proverbs? I forgot what chapter of Proverbs it's. No, it's Psalms. Was it Psalms 23? Hey, the Lord's my shield, man. That's too much money. I don't know what y'all want me to do. Like, come on, man. Y'all said that's cheap. Shit.
Actually, I'm going to get that precept. This is Ephesians chapter 6 and verse 10. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all to stand. Stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth, and having on the breastplate of righteousness, and your feet. I'm gonna stop there. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna continue to 18. And your feet shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace. Above all, taking the shield of faith, wherewith ye shall be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked, and take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Beautiful precept too. And I just want to go on a quick aside for those of you brothers who haven't read the apocryphal books, and you might look into the history, be like, I'm not quite sure that's scriptures. Like it tells us in Isaiah the 28th chapter, precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little. And I say this to say this. I know for a fact, brothers might dispute, oh, it's Wisdom of Solomon written by Solomon. If it wasn't, I don't care. It was still inspired by the Spirit, man. And you can tell by comparing certain precepts. I just want to go real quick to Wisdom of Solomon, the 5th chapter, because this is something I love when you read the scriptures, especially a lot of the New Testament, quote unquote New Testament. Them brothers were never saying anything new. If you know the scriptures, you will always find a precept that quotes what they're saying. Except the only issue is a lot of times you're not going to find it in the Old Testament. That's the thing. You're going to find it in the Apocrypha. That's why a lot of quote unquote Christians don't realize that, especially Christ and a lot of the disciples, they were saying wise sayings all specifically in like Wisdom of Solomon or like Sirach. But I just want to get this quick precept. Wisdom of Solomon, the 5th chapter, verse 15. But the righteous live forevermore. Their reward also is with the Lord, and the care of them is with the Most High. Next verse, this is where it becomes key. Therefore shall they receive a glorious kingdom and a beautiful crown from the Lord's hand. For with his right hand shall he cover them, and with his arm shall he protect them. Now we know that crown represents immortality, and that's what we're all striving for. That's why not only are we trying to read the scriptures, that's why we're trying to be aware of the things around us, and we're trying to, show our good works by doing these videos and, presenting information to other brothers out there who could, possibly learn this information. Because, there's always going to be a person where they might watch some video on Switch channel or my channel, or they might see what Ghetto posts on Instagram, and that might be their first time ever like hearing some information like this, or ever experiencing information like that. And the Most High might use the information we use to touch their spirit, man. So that's really the main reason why we do the things that we do. But continuing on verse 17, he shall take to him his jealousy for complete armor, and make the creature his weapon for the revenge of his enemies. Again, that's talking about us when that day comes. He shall put on righteousness as a breastplate, and true judgment instead of a helmet. He shall take holiness for an invincible shield. His severe wrath shall he sharpen for a sword, and the world shall fight with him against the unwise. Then shall the right aiming thunderbolts go abroad, and from the clouds, as from a well-drawn bow, shall they fly to the mark. Now this is twofold. It's talking about that day, when we're risen up and given the glorified bodies, and we basically, that's our time to conquer. We're really going to have armor and swords and breastplates. That's via the chariots. But on a more spiritual aspect, it just represents the understanding of the scriptures. Like reading the scriptures, that's going to be your armor. Your understanding is what's going to shield you, protect your head and your breastplates. You being able to speak the word and being able to show others the precepts, that's going to be your sword, because you're going to cut niggas. You're going to cut niggas, especially, I'm sure a lot of you brothers have been growing in the scriptures, and you had friends and families who are quote unquote Christian, or they're whatever religion they believe in. When you really know these precepts, they don't want to talk to you about the Bible anymore. Cause like, hey man, you killing me right now. I don't want to talk with you anymore about the scriptures, man. That's the type of spirit that's put on you when you really, really heavy in the word, man.
Yeah, I agree. I want to preface my statements that I made with disclaimer. I'm not saying that don't own a gun like in general. I'm just saying don't be like me and would have to spend half your rent money in order to do it. I can't. No, don't do that. Just don't do that, bro. I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, just better hope the Lord's your shield, man. Because at that point, then, because if you got to spend half your rent money just get that gun, I don't think that's worth it. But hey, buy the truth, sell it not. So hey, do you? But
and you know what you're saying. What you're saying, bro, is extremely spiritual too, because it's like it's one of the things where you can get it when you get it, but if you sacrificing other things in your life that you need to be able to do that, that's showing where your faith really lie. You see what I'm saying? Because if you can confidently say, yeah, I mean, this would be nice, but this would be cool to have it, but like I don't really need it like that. Then you're in a good position spiritually. You're in a good position with your faith, because like it's not worth breaking the bank and going out of my way to get it when I ain't got it. Like I ain't got the bread to be able to do it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that
Yeah.
would show that you put in more trust in that Glock than you are in Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Shai. And I want to get this precept right here. This is in the book of Psalm chapter 55 and verse 16. As for me, I will call upon the Most High, and the Lord shall save me. Even in the morning and at noon will I pray and cry aloud, and he shall hear my voice. He hath delivered my soul in peace from the battle that was against me, for there were many with me. Now we know David had many battles, man. Not even regards to battles with other nations, battles with members of his own damn family, man. You know, remember his own son, man, had a battle with Saul. You know, I mean, all kinds of battles that David dealt with, not even just with other nations, but you know, within our own nation, man. So, and you can also go into the battle in our everyday life, man. As a matter of fact, I want to get this precept real quick right here. Let me go to Matthew, I believe that's Matthew, the 7th chapter. Let me get this real quick. It's Matthew 6th chapter. This is Matthew chapter 6 and verse 34. Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought of the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. So I want to hit on that point. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Because basically this is going into how we're going to have our own troubles in our own walk. We're going to have our own battles. This is how David was having them battles, you know, going into his first battle with Goliath. We don't mean the battle was easy work, but also going into different battles with the other nations, different battles with members of his family, different battles with Saul and whatnot. Like he dealt with battles, you know, throughout his life and all that. You know what I'm saying? We deal with battles throughout our life as well. Of course, not to that same magnitude, but we deal with interpersonal battles, battling your flesh, battling your demons, battling your lukewarm spirit that you may have, battling a spirit of going back into the world if you got that on you, battling, you know, whatever kind of spirit. Some brothers got that alcohol spirit. They can't just stop that drink, man. They have whatever brothers are dealing with, man. You know, you battling that spirit on an everyday basis. That's why it says, that's why Yahweh Shah said, man, don't worry about tomorrow. Don't worry about, you know, I got to do this. Man, worry about today. Because today has its own battles that you got to deal with, man. Today, that's what it means when it says sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. You got your own shit you got to deal with today. Worry about tomorrow, man. Well, don't worry about today. We'll worry about, you know the Most High gonna provide what you need for today. Then He'll provide what you need for tomorrow. Then He'll provide the next day. That's why we say in the Lord's Prayer. Let me get this real quick. We say, this is Matthew chapter 6 and verse 10. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Verse 11, give us this day our daily bread. We worry about today's bread, man. You worry about tomorrow's bread tomorrow. The Most High will get you tomorrow's bread tomorrow. The next day's bread the next day. Not just your bread, but bread can encompass a lot of things, man. Actual food, your finances for that day, your travel for that day, your travel expenses. You gotta, you know, for that day. You gotta, if you take public transportation or whatnot. Your interpersonal relations that day, whatever Most High will provide what you need in terms of what He sees fit for you on that day, and then you thank Him at the end of the day before you go to sleep, man. That's all we can worry about. You can't worry about, you know, this, that, and the third, and of course you plan. There's nothing wrong with planning. That's part of being prepared. Scripture said, "A wise man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself." Man, you got to plan. But in terms of stressing yourself out and losing faith because you don't have certain things that day, that's not the righteous, that's not the spirit to be in, man. That's a worrisome spirit, that's a fearful spirit, that's a faint-hearted spirit, man. That's not a strong, masculine, righteous Israelite man's spirit, man. As an Israelite man, you're supposed to have faith in your creator, man. Know that your creator gonna get you what you need for that day, and then you worry about the next day, man. We're continuing on back in Psalm 55. Psalm 55 and 18 again. He had delivered my soul in peace from the battle that was against me, for there were many with me. The Most High shall hear and afflict them, even he that abideth of old, Salah, because they have no changes, therefore they fear not the Most High. He had put forth his hands against such as be at peace with him. He had broken his covenant. The words of his mouth is that the one I wanted? I mean, there are other great points that came out of that, but that's the one I wanted right there. No, that wasn't it. It's in Psalm 55 though.
Wait, what verse are you looking for?
Let me see. I think it's still in Psalm 55. It's in Psalm 44. It was the two of the same number, but I said 55 instead of 44. Psalm 44. You know those. I mean, that's the spirit anyway, because it was a great point that came out of that. But this is the actual precept I wanted right here. It's in Psalm chapter 44. I'm gonna start at verse 4. Thou art my king, O God. Command deliverances for Jacob. Through thee will we push down our enemies. Through thy name will we tread them under that rise up against us. I will not trust in my bow, neither shall my sword save me. But thou hast saved us from our enemies and hast put them to shame that hated us. In the Most High we boast all the day long and praise thy name forever. Salah. So we got to understand, like, your bow, which is modern day translation being your gun, it's cool to have. It could be useful in a time of need, but it's not ultimately going to save you, man. David and his mighty armies, man, they use weapons, man. But that's not what saved them, though. What saved them is calling on the name of the Lord and having faith that he will deliver you. That's what saves you, man. So, and the Most High makes it easy for us, man. The Most High, he wants us to get saved, man. As it says in Ezekiel, I believe Ezekiel, the 19th chapter, going to basically, let me get that point real quick. Let me go to Ezekiel real quick. Here we go. Ezekiel, the 18th chapter. Ezekiel 18 and verse 29. Yes, saith the house of Israel, the way of the Lord is not equal. O house of Israel, are not my ways equal? Are not your ways unequal? Therefore I will judge you, O house of Israel, everyone according to his ways, saith the Lord God. Repent and turn yourselves from all your transgressions, so iniquity shall not be your ruin. Cast away from you all your transgressions, whereby ye have transgressed, and make you a new heart and a new spirit. For why will ye die, O house of Israel? For I have no pleasure in the death of him that dieth, saith the Lord Yahweh. Wherefore turn yourselves and live ye. So the Most High wants to save us, man. The Most High wants us to turn to him and live. The Most High wants us. That's why he told Moses. He said he told Moses to tell the people of Israel, tell the children of Israel at the time, choose life, man. Turn this way and choose life, man. You know, that's what the Most High wants us to do. And he's made it easy for us the process of choosing life. All we got to do is keep the law, statutes, commandments, have faith in himself, and have faith in his son, Yahweh Shai, and call on him in time of need. That's it, man. And have faith, which is proven by your works, which is the law, statutes, commandments, and also doing the work the Most High put the Spirit on you to do. That's all that we got to do, man. So the Most High has made it easy in order to make it up out of here, in order to get saved. Now, other things come in handy, resources, in terms of money, in terms of all defenses, money, weaponry, whatever it may be. Those are relationships with other people. Those are all defenses. But at the end of the day, it's not what saves you. Calling on his name is what saves you. And that makes it easy for us, man. We don't got to worry about, okay, I gotta get this prepared to the T. If I don't have this, then I ain't gonna make it. This and the third. We don't gotta have them same struggles as them Edomites, man, who have them prepper channels. I'm not saying you can't learn valuable things from them. You definitely can, but we don't have to go to the extent in terms of making sure everything is on point to the T, or you're gonna be worrying and shit. We don't gotta worry about that, because all we gotta do is call on the name of the Lord, man. So the Most High has made it pretty easy for us to be able to get saved and make it up out of here, man. But we just gotta trust in that word and believe it and perform that act in that day, because it'd be a damn shame to know in your heart that all you gotta do is call on the name of the Lord, and then you go choose the charagma that's going to be brought in along with the CBDC eventually. It'd be a damn shame if you did that when all you have to do is call on the Lord, man.
Facts. I want to piggyback off what you just said right there, because I bring this up a lot. This precept up a lot. Proverbs 9, starting at verse 10. The fear of the Lord Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the Holy One, the Holy One of Israel, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, is understanding. For by me your days will be multiplied, and years of life added to you. If you are wise for yourself, and if you scoff, you will bear it alone. But just to piggyback off of what you talk about David, come on, man. He beat a 9 foot plus nigga with a rock and a slingshot. Come on, man. That's like That's like brother DG beating Yonde with a Nerf gun.
Why you do that?
Like,
Yeah, come on, bro.
that's the most high.
Why
That's,
you do
that's
that?
the most high with that.
Why you throw Philip on DG
Why
for?
you do that, bro? Don't do that, bro.
I'm just saying. I'm trying to.
He said with a damn Nerf gun.
You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Like you know the most high with him, and he beating him with a Nerf gun. You know what I'm saying? You know David. You know the most high with David. He beat him with a rock and a slingshot. Like, come on, man. He just slinged that motherfucker and he beat him. No problem. It's like, see, the most high with him. That's the whole point. Like, your weapons are cool. Whatever weapon you got, I mean, the most high, if he wants you saved, he'll, he'll turn that weapon mighty as a mug. But that's the whole point. You gotta call on the name of the Lord. You know what I'm saying? So that's my whole point. I'm just trying to give people, I'm just using a joke to emphasize the point. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to both of them. I'm just trying to give the point because of the size difference. But I mean, like, at the end of the day, no weapon itself is going to save you. It'll get you by. It's a temporary bypass. That's true. So I'm not going to diss nobody if you got a gun. But at the same time, if you ain't got the Lord, who cares what you got? Who cares if you got your gun? Who cares if you got your fiat money? Who cares if you got, I don't know, you're able to grow, you got enough seeds to grow food in your backyard for the next 3 months. Like, that's not the real end all be all. That's not the real solution. And that's the point of this live stream. So that way you can understand as much as possible through our lens that you got the Lord with you, you're not going to understand the real end game. And if you don't understand the real game, you'll never be able to make peace with it, which means you'll never be able to you won't fully grasp things until a lot of times it's too late. And then at that point, you might be panicking or run around with like a chicken with his head cut off, that you might actually get your head cut off because you don't know what you're doing. So that's why we do what we do in advance. So stuff like that, stuff like these lives are important, so that way we understand the chess moves, because this is a game of chess, not checkers. And like I say, most niggas, like, we trying to win a game of 4D chess. Most of these niggas out here too busy losing the game of eels and escalators. They're not even losing the game of checkers. They losing the game of eels and escalators. If y'all seen SpongeBob, you know what I'm talking about. But, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, these type of things, like, you got to think at a far much advanced level. You got to look at things in the flesh as not permanent, as temporary. Like, there's a greater, the end game is much greater than the things that you can see, touch, and feel, smell, the 5 senses. Like, it's much greater than that that's on the horizon. But of course, these things have to come to an end. These dark days have to come to pass. The dark is before the dawn. That darkness has to come, so that way the lightness can truly shine. So it's what it is.
Con. And I just wanted to add one more scriptural point, because I know we've been going on for a while. This video is supposed to be about Russia, Ukraine. Hey, man, the Spirit just led us to get to the scriptures today. So y'all niggas just going to have to listen, man.
Yeah, tell Ukraine see you later anyway.
Yeah, fuck y'all niggas, man. Don't fuck with y'all niggas.
Except for the two Jakes over there. Shout out to you.
You know what? I hope Russia blows y'all to smithereens, man. I don't care.
If you a Jake, get the hell out of there.
Nah, but I'm playing. I know actual people live there, and it's unfortunate that their lives have been impacted, allegedly. I don't know. No, yeah, but real quick, the point I was going to make when it pertains to the scriptures is, like, understanding basically the condition we're in, because our forefathers, due to their wickedness and their lack of regard for the Most High, that's why we're in the low condition that we're in. But it's because Israel, Jacob, is in this low condition that you're starting to see more and more brothers cleaved onto the Most High. Because, I mean, to be honest, what else do we have other than the Most High and His promises? What else is there really to, like, be inspired about or to aspire to? And I'm not talking about on an individual level. I'm talking about us as a nation, as a race of people. Like, for those of you brothers who understand who we are according to the scriptures, what is there for us to aspire to as a nation? Not much in this kingdom. For the most part, the only success you're going to have is as an individual, but as a nation of people, we finish. Yeah, we destroy, and we're never coming back. But that's why it's very important to call upon the Lord, in truth and sincerity, and the Most High will hear you. And I just wanted to bring one precept. We've been talking about David. We've been bringing up a lot of precepts that David spoke, being a prophet, being a man after the Most High's own heart. But yeah, I just want to go to Psalms, the 18th chapter, verse 2. I'll start at verse 2. No, actually, I'll start at verse 1. I'm not going to read the whole intro, so I will love thee, O Lord, my strength. The Lord is my rock and my fortress and my deliverer, my power, my strength, in whom I will trust, my buckler and the horn of my salvation and my high tower. Meaning what? The Most High, when you have a belief and understand him, he's going to be your stability. He's going to be what defends you, protects you. He's going to be what gives you strength. He's going to be what secures your salvation. He's going to be what, sets you up on high, so that all the wickedness and all the machinations of the society, you're above. He's going to give you that understanding so you can see things from a higher plane as opposed to being on the lower level. That's why the Most High is going to basically put you on a high tower. But continuing on, I will call upon the Lord, who is worthy to be praised. So shall I be saved from my enemies. The sorrows of death compass me, and the floods of ungodly men made me afraid. The sorrows of hell compassed me about, and the snares of death prevented me. What's this talking about? For those of you brothers who read Psalms, the 23rd chapter, it talks about, the valley of the shadow of death, or even Ezekiel, the 37th chapter, that valley of dry bones, representing the nation of Israel. And I believe there's another precept in the scriptures where it mentions how I think it's like sorrow dries the bones. Like, I know it's like a joyful heart is good medicine, and it's like sorrow dries dryeth the bones. I can't quite remember the precept off the top of my head. If one of your brothers can find it, that'd be very helpful. But essentially, that's when it's talking about the sorrows of death and the floods of ungodly men. Not only are other nations of people, particularly Esau, Edom, are working against us, but we're working against ourselves. We've allowed this spirit of sorrow and death to overtake us because we have no understanding of our history. We have no understanding of how to conduct ourselves. We have no understanding of how great we once were and how great we're going to be. So because of that, we're in a state of basically perpetual death. That's why you see niggas. There's a lot of envying and hating. That's why you see brothers, for the most part, have envy for each other and basically hate on each other. What niggas say today, we haters. A lot of niggas are haters. And that also goes in line with Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, how it mentions that a brother would have an evil eye towards another brother. That's the type of spirit that we're in today, being in a state of death, which is a curse, but it's also a blessing, because it's through us being in that spirit of death that, unlike our forefathers who rejected the Most High and didn't try to cleave onto him in truth and sincerity, now basically from getting our ass kicked and whipped and beat up, we finally came to the understanding, you know what? Maybe I need to take the words of the Most High seriously, man. Let me go over the scriptures and see what that shit's actually about. Oh, wow. I didn't understand the promises that the Most High gave me. I didn't understand the reason why I'm in the conditions is because the curses the Most High put on me. Oh, wow. Now I truly understand what Christ is about. Now I truly understand how to conduct myself in an upright manner. Swin, can you, because J2K actually put the precept, can you put it up for a second?
Yeah, Proverbs 17:22. A merry heart a merry heart doeth good like a medicine, but a broken spirit drieth the bones.
Con, thank you, brother. And that's basically tying into when I read verse 4 and verse 5 of Psalms 18, when it's talking about the sorrows of death or the sorrows of hell, or even linking it up to Psalms the 23rd chapter, the valley of the shadow of death, and Ezekiel the 37th chapter about the dry bones, meaning what? Our people are in a state of a broken spirit due to education system, how we're taught, we're all slaves, we don't know our history, and just the fact that, like I said earlier, we don't know how to conduct ourselves. That's what it means, particularly in Psalms when it's talking about that sorrow of death or the sorrow of hell. But let me just continue on. I just want to read verse 6. In my distress, I called upon the Lord, and cried unto my God. He heard my voice out of his temple, and my cry came before him, even into his ears. And I want to stop there because when you continue on Psalms, the 18th chapter, it just talks about the Most High coming back again and basically raising up the elect. And that's the thing about David and the Psalms especially. They're very prophetic in nature. Now, when you read those verses that I read, it seems like David is talking about himself, but no, he's talking about all of us who exist today. He's talking about the nation of Israel, because right now we are in that condition of a sorrow of death. We're in that hell-like state, because hell, for those of you brothers who understand the scriptures, it just means Sheol, which means the grave or death. And you can be in a death-like state in this three-dimensional plane we call Earth, which is a hell or death-like state. Is just in the lowest state. So right now our people are in a very lowest state. And because of that, we're finally starting to call upon the Lord. And eventually our cries are going to be held out. I'm going to be heard out, because again, the Most High is hearing our prayers now and how we're crying out now, but there's not enough of us who've been woken up yet. So once that time comes, man, this shit is finished, man. So hopefully that's why it's important for us brothers to do what we're doing. And that's why I don't fault any of you brothers who are out on the street preaching or teaching, or who have videos, or however you're trying to spread the word. Keep on doing it, man, because what you're doing is the work of the Lord. You're trying to bring more brothers into the fold, so the Most High can hear all our voices, and we can get the fuck up out of here, man. Because I'm trying to be old in this bitch. That's just me, man.
We all with you on that, bro. We ain't trying to be old and grumpy Babylonian, citizens, man. We ain't trying to be that, man. We trying to get the hell up out of here. Like, hey, we spoke about David, man. Let me get this preset real quick since we on David. David just just popping today. Let me get this preset real quick.
Spirit of David, right, D-Ben?
Hey,
shameless plug.
Hey,
there's a spirit right there.
You know what's funny, bro? I remember I told my dad was tripping. I don't know why. I was just like, yeah, it's Spirit of David. He was like, Spirit of David? Like, in his mind, I was like, he probably thinking, my son he's trying to be blasphemous. What is this?
Oh, that's probably
yeah, because I could tell the way he reacted. He was like freaking out. He was like, Spirit of David?
I guess he forgot that's your name too.
And I was like, Dad, because that's my name, so it's a pun. Spirit of David. I have the Spirit of David. But yeah, his mind, he's like, my son is going all the way off.
The scriptures say that the elect will be as David, in Zechariah the 12th chapter, So hey, you saying it, but you speak, what Deontay Wilder said, speak it, believe it, receive it. Hey, exactly. you speaking it, believing it, hopefully you receive it, man.
Shit. All I know about him is to this day.
I want to get this preset right here since we're speaking about that. This is Psalm 84:10. For a day in thy courts is better than 1,000. I'd rather be a doorkeeper in the house of my God than to dwell in the tents of wickedness. Hey, man, of course, as us brothers in this truth, we strive to be the top. We strive to be that 144,000. But ultimately, man, even if we the lowest in the kingdom, that's gonna be way better than being old in Babylon, man.
Wait, hold on, Swin. What was that precept again?
It was Psalm 84:10.
You know what's so crazy? I was watching a video by a former GMS dude a while back, and he said that precept, he said that verse, but he couldn't find the actual. He couldn't find the actual precept. It took him he wasted like 30 minutes trying to find that precept. So he didn't know where to look for it. So I was like, that's such a golden verse, but
it is, man.
Even I didn't even know where it was at. So shout out to you for bringing that out. You said Psalm 84 and what?
Psalm 84:10.
84:10. Appreciate that, bro. That's such a beautiful precept, but I never knew where it was because.
No, I mean, it's such a quick one to put everything in perspective, bro. Like, just let you know, just a quick straight off the bat. Hey, man, the kingdom is gonna be so beautiful, so glorious, man. David said he'd rather be in this, and this is David. This is the king we talking about. It's the king humbling himself and saying he'd rather be a doorkeeper in the kingdom than to dwell in the house of wickedness, man, and to dwell in a wicked society, man. That's gotta be our mindset, of course. We hope to be on that level where we're of course not on par with David, but we can be that 144,000. So we can be those elites in the kingdom. We hope to be that, the elite of the elect per se. We hope to be that, but even if we just a regular dude, that's gonna be way better than to be old in Babylon. You know what I'm saying? So we this work that, you know, like as David was mentioning, this work is not null and void, man. You know, brother spreading the word, and that's why doing the whole works is important, man. It's not just one work that's, oh, you doing this work or you more righteous, you doing this work, you less. Nah, man. The scriptures tell us in the book of matter of fact, let's go to First Corinthians. Because we gotta always back it up with the word, man. What did the word say about the word, man? This is the book of First Corinthians, chapter 12, and verse 12. As the body is one, and hath many members, and all the members of that one body, being many, are one body, so also is Christ. So every brother that's doing this work is working in the body of Christ, man. Of course, as long as he's doing it in truth and sincerity, of course. You know, you're doing it, you know, according to the spirit the Most High has put on him, all for the body of Christ, man. That's what they're all for the body of Yahweh Shai Mashiach, man. That's what this is all about. With certain gifts that brothers got, which is this chapter goes into the diversities of gifts, with the different gifts that brothers got. Use that gift to let your light shine before men, so that what? So it glorifies your Father, which is in heaven, as it says in Matthew the 5th chapter. Also, you know, the Most High sent us out to be fishers of men. You know, so in being a fisher of men, you know, what is it? You gotta put that work in, man, to help bring brothers to the fold. Now, of course, because you know, all hell hasn't broken loose yet, you know, in terms of crazy all hell, in terms of the apex of it. So that means what? That means there's still more work to be done, because the scriptures tell us what's going to happen when there's not going to be no more work to be done. This is Revelation, the 7th chapter, and 3rd verse, saying, "Hurt not the earth, neither the sea nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads." So obviously, there's still more servants that need to be instilled with this knowledge, man. There's still more Israelites that need proper guidance and understanding of their God, man. So because of that, there's still more work that has to get done. So that's why we do live streams like this, talking about, you know, reflecting on the current world events and tying into the Bible, you know, and give from nuggets from the scriptures as well, because it's awakening our people, man. Who knows who's gonna come across this video? Who knows who's gonna be their first time hearing about the word, hear about the truth. They come across a video like this and they get converted, man. That's what it's all about. It's not about an individual person. It's about bringing more brothers and sisters as well, if they listen, you know, into this understanding. Cap. if they listen, man. If they listen, you know. But honestly, man, it ain't even really about that. It's about the brothers, man. The scripture says she's gonna get saved in childbearing, man. So it's about the brothers, man.
When the chariots come, then they'll listen. All right,
exactly. But you know, the scriptures do say the unbelieving husband will be saved by the unbelieving wife. But disclaimer,
you still get married, bro? I didn't even know that.
That's okay. I'm still waiting on that day, because I'm trying to figure out, what does that look like? Like, could you imagine?
You got brothers in this truth, man. They woman brought them in this truth, man.
But not even that. Could you imagine?
No, I'll say this though: if your woman brought you in the truth, you know, that is going to reflect on the doctrine in which you choose to follow too. Don't get it twisted. Like, your doctrine is going to reflect that, bro.
I don't want to veer out too much, but not even that. Like, could you imagine? She's reading the motherfucking scriptures. She's praying to Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shai, and you on some other shit. You like Allah merciful and some shit. Like, could you imagine that shit? Man, what the fuck?
But I'll say this though. That's a rare situation. Don't get it twisted. But I will say this though. If you're a brother and that situation happened to you, then, you know, I'll say this, like, because I don't really subscribe to the whole I ain't gonna get into all that, but yeah,
leave that buried in the water, man. Shit.
Yeah, I ain't gonna get into all that.
Yeah, I know what you're about to say, but it's just like I said, like, because that shit, when you look at it, it's like, really? Like, come on, bro. Like, how does that even make sense, bro? Like,
but that's the thing though. If you were a brother that happened to and whatnot,
You got shit.
Hebrew.
My uncle a Hebrew. My auntie.
He was also not Hebrew again. I ain't gonna cap though. I like his music. Don't get it. I think he has good music, but that song, that one.
I like that bar.
That one.
I like that bar.
Yeah. I mean, he got some good music though. But basically getting back into the live stream and whatnot, we went off on a spiritual tangent. I want to kind of shift the focus now because we kind of really spoke about the Saudi Arabia situation. I was gonna go into this article, but I mean I read this. We pretty much spoke on what was in this. So y'all can read if y'all want to, but we pretty much spoke on everything that was in here from a better perspective than Fox Business spoke on it. I'd add as well because they gave all the fluff and all the bullshit. Even though it's Fox Business, so it's a little bit better than some of the other mainstream news outlets. It still got a lot of fluff and pump in there. You know what I'm saying? So we kind of spoke at it from a more real perspective. I kind of want to shift the focus though to this US CBDC and kind of really get into this more because it kind of made headwaves this past week that basically Biden has signed an executive order to quote unquote further study the development of a US CBDC. So I mean, we already know that further study and development, all that means is we ready to go ahead and get it popping because we already got all the steps, behind the scenes taken care of. We're pretty much ready to go ahead and unleash it, especially because these other countries have already started implementing their digital dollars as well, especially on the major countries. This right here is a good website to go to because I brought this out in my last live stream. It kind of tracks to a decent level the activity of CBDCs across the world. As you can see, it tells you how many countries have launched theirs. 9 countries, with Nigeria being the latest one to do so. Goes into how many countries are in the pilot stage. As I mentioned earlier, China implemented theirs January of this year. Also go into the countries with the largest central banks. I mean, it's a pretty decent, quick source you can go to and kind of gives you a visual as well if it'll pop up here. If it'll pop up. It's supposed to be right here.
And even just to add on to your point earlier where you mentioned about how they're basically testing developing CBDC technology. That's a load of crock. When they mean developing, they mean they're trying to figure out how to implement.
Exactly.
That's the correct term, implement, because the technology's already there. They're like, damn, how can we get people to buy into this shit? Because they understand, like, it's just in human nature to reject a lot of these weird technological advancements because most people, it's just like, why can't I just use money?
It's like, what if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Don't fix it. Yeah, exactly. So why are we changing it for? The shit works. That's why they're gonna have to make it how the system currently works. Well, I mean, the system's already fucked up because it's based on debt, but that's a whole other discussion. But what they're gonna have to do is they're gonna find a way to crash this system so people will feel the need to find something new. They'll be like, okay, so the system wasn't working. We need to find a new system, not understanding that, well, yeah, the system didn't work, but it was artificially created that way because the end game is for everything to be digital.
Yeah, I was gonna say that earlier too, but I forgot to mention that point, with the UBI. That's always why it's not on the scene yet. Well, it's not, when I mean not on the scene, like not actually implemented. It's because when they try to introduce it during the primaries, I forgot that Asian dude's name, Yang or whatever fuck.
Yeah, what was his name? What was that dude's name?
I know it was Yang, but I forgot his first name. he was all about that. That was his main shtick during the primaries. The UBI, Universal Basic Income. He was all about that. He
I
was
think
like
it was Andrew
1,000.
Yang.
He was like Andrew Yang. That's what his
Andrew
name.
Yang. That was an Andrew
Oh
Yang.
yeah. He was all about giving people $1,000 in basic, like UBI, whatever it is. Like that was his whole presidential campaign. So these concepts are not new. They already had the technology. Like D-Ben just said, they're trying to figure out how do they manipulate the people, especially in America, how do they manipulate the people into accepting it without causing major conflicts, i.e. civil wars, things of that nature. How do you get them to do that? Which is impossible because you've already created a system where individualism to a degree is able to be practiced per se. So you're not gonna be able to they're trying to act like they're gonna be able to bring this stuff without forcing them to do it, which is not possible. But you know, that's how they're thinking. They're trying to figure it out. So at some point, there's going to have to be a crash of the system. That way, there's a crash of individuality, things like despair and shortages and death for some people. These things, or really on a much larger scale, these things have to happen in order for a pseudo savior to come in and say, okay, you see all this despair, you see all this death going on, you see the shortages, we have the solution. You see, we could put food back in the stores right now. We can put the houses at affordable price. Just accept this UBI, accept this stamp, and you know, you'll be all good now. Like there was this company back in 2020 or or maybe late 20, early 2021. It was a mortgage company in California. Mac Turner, if you still on this live, you might know what I'm talking about. But what they were doing was, I forgot what it was called, but what they was doing was they was buying all the houses, and what they would do is they would they obviously resell them, but what they would do is they would cut the mortgage, which you would think on the face is a good deal, but in our reality, no, it's not, because you would only own half the home. The company will own half the home and you would own the other half. That's why your mortgage was much cheaper if you bought it through that company, because you only own half the home, which means you don't own the home at all, because the company's probably going to have more of a say so at the end of the day over what can you do with the property. So, but that's the whole point. They don't tell you the part that they don't own the home. They don't tell you none of that. They just tell you, oh, do you need a home? And do you need this? Do you need that? Here, come take this home in California, or I believe they was doing it in Texas as well at one point. You know, we'll buy half the home, and it'll be basically half the price. So your mortgage is cheaper, but you only own half the home. So there's no real individualism there. You're still controlled by a private sector or oligarchy, however you want to look at it. There's still top people owning regular people's shit, like homes and cars and stuff like that. And that's what it's going to get to, but it's going to be complete ownership by top people. They're going to own 100% of it. You're going to own nothing. But the trick is going to be, it might be necessarily free in a way, or your mortgage will be really, really cheap, manipulation like that to get you invested in something that you have no real control over, no real sense of individualism over, no type of ownership.
God. I mean, that's the end goal of it right there, is to put you in a position through the certain tactics they're going to use, put you in position to have pretty much be damn near restricted to be able to own anything, but also through necessity and need, you being satisfied. You can kind of change out that word happy with satisfied from that quote from Charles Schwab. I mean, because pretty much if you're satisfied with what they're providing you because of the other outside circumstances surrounding people of America and people of the world and whatnot, then you're pretty much going to be happy about your situation, right? So that's what they're pretty much trying to bring into effect is triggers, that will collapse the things that trigger collapsing of societies, which in terms of the world society, which is the US dollar, which is going to create a need for a new structure. And within that new structure, all these other options are now available. With the digital structure, now you have an endless amount of options available in terms of payment for people when things really get bad. And that's going to create the satisfaction within the consumer because now they have a solution to all their problems. Because quite as kept, most people, what props them up and what makes them feel good is their ability or the hope that they may have of their future ability to progress in their life due to the amount of money they're able to acquire or access at a given moment. If you take that away, but you still have some sort of access to what will be the new system of money, then you can keep people at bay and keep them from raising hell. And I think they want a portion of the population at bay, and they want a portion of the population who are going to raise hell. That way, you create as much chaos as possible, amongst a certain sector and amongst, and to rival like I said earlier, to rival the agreeing sector, and then you'll have, like I said, you'll have the two political figures and whatnot that represent those groups, and then you can accomplish a few goals based off of that. Because we got to remember, along with the economic goals of the 2030 agenda and the World Economic Forum, you also have the physical goals as well, which is to limit the population and get the population under 500 million. A lot of people have got to die in order for that to happen. Now, I don't even know if they're going to be able to get that accomplished. I don't think so personally. But, in order for that to happen, or for a significant amount of population to go by the wayside, they've got to create as much chaos as possible, which is going to create, fighting in the streets, people just killing people randomly, people's real thoughts and intentions towards people to show on the forefront because of lack of money as that mask isn't there anymore. I mean, they want that as well. So that's another thing to keep in mind in the world we're headed into. Also, too, get people within that 500 million, or for the people that within the people, that 500 million represents all the people who are going to be down with the system. You're going to have, you'll have people alive as well who won't be down with the system, meaning what? All the parameters of the system. So that's not even just the digital dollar, but that's also the social credit system that's going to be coming along with the digital dollar. I want to go to this real quick because this article goes to and shows some of the things that are deemed unworthy or corrupt by the Chinese government according to their social credit system. There was a few points I wanted to hit on. Now, of course, they got the simple shit like jaywalking and smoking and not paying your taxes and shit like that, not playing too many video games, watching porn, shit like that. But I wanted to go to these things right here. Criticizing the government, criticizing the social credit system, and viewing unauthorized websites, and being friends or messaging others with low scores or those who commit the above offenses. These are the 4 things I wanted to highlight and focus on right here. Because if you don't think that's coming to America, you're sadly mistaken, especially with China being the spearhead of the new world. Basically, I'm going to go to Revelation 18 and 1 real quick. I was about to say Babylon 18. Revelation 18 and 1. And after these things, I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the great is fallen, it's become the habitation of devils, the hold of every foul spirit, and the cage of every unclean and hateful bird. Verse 3, for all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her, and all the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. So as we can see right here, through the abundance of delicacies, that leads other nations into waxing rich through you, meaning what? Not just your monetary system, but also your philosophies and conjoining your their country with your philosophies. So Babylon falling and being out by the wayside in this new world we're headed into, that means what? The new nation that's going to be the spearhead ushering in the global world, because that's not the end goal. The end goal is not to have China be the forefront. End goal, or Russia, or Crusher, as I call it, be the forefront. End goal is to have one global world, but they are going to have different nations spearhead that global world being Russia militaristically and China economically, and then being conjoined as one as well, to implement that. So that means all the structures that are going on within that Chinese system that affect people fiscally, economically, or fiscally, socially, and whatever, are going to also be, followed by these other countries as well. Especially, who knows, China may say you got to implement this along with your digital dollar to be able to use to be able to trade with our dollar, man. They may say something like that. Who knows, right? I mean, things like that can happen. So with these 3 points right here, this is basically going to be the people who are not able to even access the UBI when it comes, or the digital dollar when it comes, because it's going to be tied in, or it could, I'm just speculating, but this is how I see things happening. It could most definitely be tied in with the social credit system, and that's how they're also going to limit the population as well, because people are just going to die off from natural causes. That's going to cause people to die from famine, because they're not going to have access to food, and that's also going to cause people to just be ostracized from society. You can count them as dead. How they see it, you can count them as dead as well. Right. So that's when that's when our faith comes into play. Because if we are really in this word and in this knowledge, we reading, we studying, we researching, they got tabs on what we looking at, man. So they see that we looking at the New World Order, the Great Reset, Israelite truth, and all that. They go, oh, you are undesirable, man. You know what I'm saying? You someone that's not going to ingratiate yourself with this new system. So you got to go. You can't have access to the CBDC. You can't have access to UBI. And that's when our faith is going to come into play. We're going to have to provide on you. We're going to have to rely on Yahweh Bashim Yahushua to provide for us in all ways, man. But this is definitely coming along with the CBDC, because it's not just about that being the new money system and just keep it moving. It's about creating a structure where people worship and liken themselves up spiritually. Because like I said, remember, it's a financial reset, a spiritual reset, a social reset. It all encompasses the global reset, but they all work hand in hand. So you got to, in order to quote unquote benefit from the economic reset, you've got to tie yourself in with the reset spiritually, which means you got to tie yourself with the reset socially, which means you have to be lockstep with not just receiving financial quote unquote benefits from their system, but also represent the new person spiritually and socially that they want to be in the new world, the new reset world they have coming in as well. Y'all brothers got anything to say in regards to that?
Well, the only thing I can say in terms of the in terms of like a lot that you went over, China's already begun to implement that to a certain degree. Yeah, that's the main thing. So for all your brothers who think it's not going to happen in the U.S., it will eventually. It's just a matter of time, basically, being able to condition the minds of the people to accept certain things like that. That's why this whole demic was very crucial and very pivotal, because think about it, like for people like us who are in our 20s, it really just seems like bullshit. But think about all the kids aged like, I'll say kindergarten to like 13 or 14 years old, who are in school, who are forced to, follow these restrictions, who a lot of these kids actually believe that there was a real demic going on and their lives were at risk, man, and it affected their mindset. Imagine when those kids are in their 30s and those kids are the ones who are the decision makers. Man, that's definitely going to be a time where they can implement this, because a lot of these kids are used to, since their formative years, basically being told by not even the government, by private health organizations like the WHO and the World Economic Forum. This is what you need to do to survive. This is what you need to do to be considered a good citizen. So when that time comes, they'll be more than happy to accept certain basically certain changes in society like this. So this is something, me personally, if it's going to happen in the United States, it's going to happen maybe like 10, 15 years from now, assuming we still here.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, because the thing is, it's always about the manipulation, and the thing is, the reason why America is taking the longest time is because it's going to be the worst here. You know what I'm saying? The actual like the collapse and everything, because like most of these other countries, they've already had big riots and protests, things of that nature. But like I said, because the governments are able to keep their citizens under control, in general, much more smoothly because they don't have the same quote unquote constitutional laws that we have. You know, in those countries, they're able to just lock things down, put people in quote unquote quarantine, easily get it done, good done, set match, whatever. But in America, like, because think about it, in other countries, they just lock people down. Like in London, they just locked them down. They had drones. They had drones in front of apartment buildings. Like if you walked outside, your ass was getting like blasted, like head blown off, like straight up. And they had that shit for like a good couple months or whatever. In America, there wasn't really a lockdown necessarily. It was nothing but a bunch of curfews.
No, and the curfews were only in name early. No, technically there were lockdowns, but like nobody was enforcing it. So like people just did whatever the fuck they felt like doing.
Yeah, like you know what I'm saying? Yeah, technically it was considered lockdown because that's what they called it, but it was more so curfews. And even within the curfews, but even with the curfews, people still went ape shit. Just put a curfew on people in America, and they'll go ape shit. They'll be in the fucking grocery stores buying up everything, especially the fucking toilet paper. Like it was just the fucking curfews. Now, of course, they shut down a lot of the. And now one of the things they did do, which was strategic, is in order for them to easily implement the curfews, they shut down all the places where people would go to, like restaurants, sporting events, movie theaters, things of that nature. All the places that you would actually go to that would extend past whatever the curfew was, like 9, 10 o'clock, whatever it was, depending on where you was at. But these were the places where you would be at: the clubs, the restaurants, the movie theaters, sporting events, things of that nature. These are the places that you would be at 11 o'clock, midnight, 1, 2 in the morning. These are places where you would be at because these are considered the hangout spots. They're considered the fun areas. So in order for them to easily implement the curfews, they had to take away all the places that niggas would want to go. So it made it easier for niggas who stay in the house on a curfew because there's nowhere to go anyway. So that was strategic. But you get the point. Like stuff like that is going to be done on such a grand level once it really does come to America. But when it comes to America, it's going to be those type of conflicts and between the people and the states and things of that nature. It's going to be on a whole nother level because of the fact that motherfuckers got guns. So it's going to be on a whole nother type of conflict and chaos, and a lot of dead bodies in the street, officers or people. There's going to be a lot of dead bodies in the street because it's going to be a straight free for all. One thing that it kind of ties into this live stream, but then again, it kind of don't. But they've been pushing new states. I think it's like 9 states recently have signed that bill to be able to openly carry without a permit into law, something like that. Like more states are doing that now, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, this is the same country from a federal perspective that's been trying to promote gun control for the longest. Why would they allow? How come all these states now are pushing for open carry without a permit? I wonder what that's about. So,
Con. I mean, you look at all the yeah. Go ahead, man.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, you look at all the current events that's going on in the certain rumblings of war and things of that nature that happen throughout the world. A lot of these people are starting to wake up and starting to kind of, I wouldn't say wake up necessarily, but their antennas are starting to raise, or certain assertions they had about the quote unquote left are starting to certain things about the quote unquote left that they assertions that they had about the quote unquote left are starting to come to the surface. Now we know the left and right dynamic we all know what that's really about. But even these patriots, how the way they view the left and the way that they view the country being taken over by China, because of the quote unquote left, or China's takeover being the cause of the left, doing what they do and whatnot. They are starting to kind of, raising intent and things of that nature, like you said, in these, especially in these southern states. Why are they implementing that open carry thing? Who knows? Maybe that's to get people to have more access to, guns, and get people to kind of get that more of that gun-like spirit, that warlike, that sword spirit up in them for what they got
Mhm.
coming down the line with the chaos and the riots. How they know all, we got to remember problem, reaction, solution, man. They already
Mhm.
know the reaction of the people. Charles Schwab talks about this in his book, C19, The Great Reset. He talks about the reaction of the people that happened, that he knew was going to happen based off of them implementing the C19 into society, which that's a great book to read for any of y'all who haven't read that book. He has another book as well called The Great Narrative as well, which I'm currently in the process of reading myself. But that's another good book too. But Charles Schwab, I mean, it's they give you this information for free. You just got to read it, man. As a matter of fact,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For the Great Reset,
Yeah.
you can get that off Amazon for like $15, 12, but it's not that expensive.
Nick,
And
you
even
can get that PDF for free.
you got the
Get free via
PDF.
email. I used to send that shit to my Gmail all the goddamn time. I'm like,
Get that shit
okay.
for $3.99, my boy.
I'm like, damn, nigga. Like, okay, I get it. Charles Schwab, you're evil, but you ain't gotta send me this damn email 20 times, bro. Like,
I get, and even just to add on to his point about how he mentioned Charles Schwab's book, The Great Reset. He did mention in that book how basically people would get irritable due to the restrictions, and that's why it wasn't a coincidence that during the summer the George Floyd situation expanded. I was about to say Mariah Taylor. Y'all know who I'm talking about.
What's her name? Breonna Taylor.
Breonna Taylor. Yeah, Breonna Taylor. That's it.
oh shit.
I don't know. Like I put that narrative so far behind me, like I couldn't even remember her name for a second. But yeah, Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery.
What's some more?
That one
Jake-
nigga who got shot in
Jake-
Atlanta.
Yeah, the one dude that got shot. Yeah, in Atlanta. What was that dude's name?
Rashad something.
Yeah,
I can't remember. I just remember his ass was drunk, fell asleep at a Wendy's. The cops get shut up.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that, bro? That Wendy's is in Atlanta, right? So
Yeah.
a couple of days after that happened, I went down by that Wendy's. It's off of University Ave. I'm sure you know what that is, Ken.
Yeah.
University Ave, south of Atlanta. It's over there by University Ave, south of Atlanta. I went by that Wendy's. There was niggas outside the Wendy's with
They probably fucked that shit up, didn't they?
with shotguns and and shit like that, acting like they was gonna do some shit. Like nigga, go home, go home.
But you know what's so crazy though? That was the same spot. I know you remember this when that was the same spot where there was probably BLM niggas, because they blocked off that ramp at one point.
Yeah, they did. They did.
So what happened was, I know you remember the story when that little girl got shot up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then goddamn Mayor Bottoms acted like she got she got the shit, so she had to go and
Goddamn, what kind of fucking name is that? Keisha Bottoms.
like, come on, bro.
Keisha Bottoms. I'll be honest, bro.
bro.
That sounds like a porn star name, bro.
Exactly. She's so
Keisha
fucking
Bottoms.
fucked up for
That
that.
bitch shouldn't be the mayor. That bitch should be working at Magic City.
Magic City Mondays, but
She might have, nigga. We don't know. Maybe that's what she
exactly,
does on the side,
nigga. She might be. She might be up there on a Monday night. You never know. But I mean, that shit was just so pathetic, bro. But it's like narratives like that. It's just, and then of course Jacob Blake, that nigga. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, Jacob Blake. I forgot. About
That might have been the worst one. Like, but shit like that is just these narratives, and all this stuff is really a distraction. Like, it's just a distraction to distract you from this stuff, because this stuff right here, this is the big stuff. This is the big boys right here that what we talking about. Because even there are parts of this that we don't even we don't necessarily know because it hasn't played itself out yet. So this is the big boy stuff right here. You know, all the other stuff is just like, okay, great, that's cool, okay, I got it, blah blah blah, whatever. But what are you trying to distract me from? Like, it gets to the point, it's like, what are you trying to distract me from? Like, why is this on the news? Like,
I mean, a
this
lot of it's
stuff,
just from reaction of the people too, because even with the gas prices, you notice the gas prices are starting to kind of come down some.
a little bit.
A little bit, you know, it was at 425, 430, about
It might level out.
417, 415 now. Like, yeah, it's leveling out. It's never gonna get back down to $2, 215,
Hell
230
no.
ever again. That shit ain't never coming back.
Oh yeah, you can kiss that goodbye. At best, maybe it'll be like 350.
Yeah, maybe, and that's still fucking high, bro. So
sad.
it's never coming back down to, you know, what the gas price we had seen, you know, 2 years ago. Like, it's never coming back down to that. But
Nope.
you know, I think a lot of what they do in terms of the more bombastic type moves, you know, with Biden, basically, with the last move he pulled with Russia that caused this spike in the gas prices. I think a lot of that's to test the reaction of the people as well, kind of see how the people will react to swift changes, no pun intended, swift changes in movement and whatnot. You know, like, I mean, a lot of that is the test of people's reaction, man. Kind of see how they'll take it, what kind of uproars will come out, what kind of people who speak the truth online will start to make, you know, noise about it, and how many people will gather and follow them. How many people each day are starting to kind of lean toward that side of thinking and get away from the mainstream narrative and things like that. A lot of this is kind of it's gathering intel. It's seeing who's kind of down on their side or who's not, who's kind of believing the narrative and who's not. That's what it's all. That's a lot of that what they do in terms of the more overt moves they're making right now. Yeah, they will have residual effects. The moves aren't just made for no reason, but a lot of it as well is to kind of test the reactions of the people for when the big shit comes down the line.
Calm, man. That's why it's always important to be, you know, aware of what's going around, man, because the times that we're in are very perilous. And if you're a person who's not paying attention, shit is going to change around you. You're not even going to realize it because you're going to be changing. And that's the thing, man. Like, that's why a lot of us brothers are so focused on these narratives and making sure how they play out, because like Ghetto said earlier, these are narratives, these are storylines. So you want to be like a outside viewer, meaning you want to be looking in and seeing how the narrative progresses. You don't want to be inside the story and get caught up in each and every event. That's how you become a character, and once you're a character, you're easily programmable. That's why a lot of people, since this whole demic has started back in 2020, they don't even realize how much it slowly warp their mindset, their view when it comes to health and medicine, their view when it comes to how much control the government should have over their body or their rights of autonomy, things like that. A lot of people don't even realize that their views have changed drastically in only 2 years. Like for example, if you were to go 5 years back, so no, I'll go a little bit further. If you go back to like 2014, right? And you were to explain to people the type of shit that was going on now, they'd be like, "What the fuck?
The hell you talking about?
Who would be dumb enough to ever take a mark? Who would be dumb enough to ever do that? That don't even make any sense." But lo and behold, we're in that day where there's a large recovery rate, 999, but people still think that they're in danger. You got some dudes quadruple marked up, still get sick and say, "Hey man, I'm just glad I got marked up, because if I didn't, it'd be so much worse than it is right now." Like, you really have idiots saying,
"I might be dead." All that bullshit, man.
Exactly.
But see, those are the people right there who are fresh pickings and fresh meat for the secret agendas behind these narratives, right? So those people right there who have that mindset, man, they're easy pickings for ingratiating themselves in their very being with certain things like the metaverse, with certain things like the digital dollar. And the reason I say ingratiating themselves and becoming one with it is because it's a difference between like using the CBDC or using the metaverse versus ingratiating yourself with it. Like the Apostle Paul said, we use the world, we don't abuse the world because the fashion of this world passeth away. You don't want to abuse things by ingratiating yourself with the spirit, with ingratiating your spirit with these things, but you use it just because it's how life is. The ups, the flows of life, it's how life is moving towards. You use it if that's what you want to do, but I don't mean that you become one with it. But these people who on their fourth dose, and these people who are, happy to get it and happy to get another one and things like that, those people right there, they're gonna be easy pickings for the effects of the metaverse, the effects of the CBDC, the US CBDC, and certain things like that. Because what's going to come with those things is harsh regulation. It's of course the charagma is going to be attached to it as well. Eventually, when they're ready to roll that out in full swing, and many more things in between. So with all that being said, if you can't separate yourself, from the narratives, the driving society, then you ain't gonna make it, man. You ain't gonna
Yeah.
make it.
Hey, man,
you got like that, but like you ain't gonna if you have an inability to be able to separate yourself and not be able to see beneath the narratives and the games these politicians, these media members are telling you and whatnot, and you can't take heed to the wisdom that brothers like ourselves and other brothers bring out in these videos, giving you the real understanding behind why some of these things are coming to effect, how they're implementing that, and what are going to be the future effects of that. If you can't see with a clear eye what those things, and you follow in the narrative of Joe Biden and Vladimir Putin, and you believe this whole Vladimir Putin's the richest man in the world, and Biden is attacking the 1% of Russia, he's coming after his money with his latest regulations, and that's going to hurt Russia and Vladimir Putin, and the sanctions we're doing are having a great effect on Russia, and Russia's losing the war to Ukraine, all that bullshit. You believe all that, man? Then you need to change your mindset, because that mindset you got currently is a mindset that's not fit to make it. Because you got to be able to see beneath, the surface of these things, because more and more is going to ramp up the days ahead, man. More snares, more media manipulation. Especially when the stakes become higher. See, when the stakes become higher, meaning when I say the stakes become higher, I mean they're going to get more overt with pushing their great reset system. That's what I mean. So when those stakes become higher, because the consequences of that are so much greater, they've got to increase the manipulation 10 times more. Meaning what? It's going to be even more difficult to see beneath the surface. So if you're not getting it right now, that's why the scriptures say, seek the Lord while he may be found and call upon him when he's near. That's not just about being able to read the scriptures when you got time to, but that's also about being able to have access to seeing the world beneath the world, see the spiritual world, see the real world, and see beneath the fake world. Because see, when the fake world gets more overt with its intentions, it's going to be harder to see beneath. It's going to be harder to see beneath it, right? Because more narratives are going to be pushed, more lies are going to be told. You're going to have such an influx of information rumbling around. You're going to get confused, and you're just going to go along with it, man. It's going to be harder to see beneath that surface. So that's why that's exactly why you got to get the information right now. And I'm not saying you got to be an expert on it. I'm not an expert. These brothers, we're not all experts on all of these subjects right here, but we have enough understanding and knowledge to be able to share it so that brothers can listen, brothers can learn, and we can continue to listen and learn as well. That's what it's all about right there, getting the tools for future understanding, so that when it gets more real and more on the surface, we're not thrown off guard and we're not running to and fro, getting worried and whatnot. Then we just go in that direction.
Hey, there's a reason why, like you brought out, we use the world but don't abuse it. There's a reason why Solomon said in Ecclesiastes 12 verse 1, seek the Most High early before the evil days come not. Because at the end of the day, you don't want to be you don't want to be a lake or a pond. That shit's stagnant. You want to be like a river or a stream, because that shit's always flowing. So when these narratives come up that have nothing to do with the end game, which is this, you say, okay, great, that's what it is. You quickly recognize what it is. All right, boom. Let that keep flowing down the river. All right, what's next? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So
What's
it's just
next?
one of exactly, like it's just one of those things where you have to understand, like Ecclesiastes 3, third chapter, like verse 1 through 8, it talks about how there's a timing for everything. So yeah, I mean, yeah, there, right now, the end has not come. So
Mhm.
at the end of the day, you can still, use our little fiat currency, whatever that really means at this point. But you can use your fiat currency to, get some crypto and, sell it and whatever, and do you. But at some point, you got to let it go.
You
Like
do.
even like Ecclesiastes tells you, third chapter tells you, there's a time to uh, embrace things and it's time to throw it away. So at the end of the day, right now, we use the world, to the best we know how, to the best of our knowledge, so that so that we don't abuse it. That way we don't abuse it and we don't fall away from the Most High, because that's what it's all about. At the end of the day, we use these things so that way we're in a better position to be in a peaceful mind, so that way we can focus on what the Most High needs from us from a grander scheme of things. But at the end of the day, shit gonna get real. Shit gonna get real dark. Shit gonna get real
Yes.
hectic, and
Yes.
you gotta let all that shit go. But if that day ain't today, or if it's not when you wake up tomorrow, then that's what it is. Most High's not ready. This is not the day of the Lord. If it's not the day of the Lord, it's not the day of the Lord, man. Like you got,
Exactly.
you
That's it.
gotta, you gotta live. You gotta live. You just gotta pay attention to what's going on and see the things, before they come, so that way you can hide of yourself. Like it says in Proverbs 22:3, you gotta be prudent. But at the same time, things like this is important that we do these videos, so that way, just in case if you forgot, you might have already saw this, you might have already studied this stuff, but we all go through our days, and certain things we might forget. Some of us forget more things than others. Is what it is. So when we do these videos, and when other brothers do their videos, it's important. It's important to get these type of breakdowns, so that way these things stay into your mind, like Proverbs 3:1 says, forget not the law and put it in your heart, i.e. your mind. You gotta be, to the best of your ability, you gotta be able to see these things when the book's not in your hand, because the famine of the word is coming. You gotta be able to see these things without being able to open up the Bible all the time. That's why we study the Bible. We don't just read it, we study it, so that way it's in our minds, so that way when we're walking out in the world, we'll see something and be like, man, that's Proverbs 22:3 right there. Oh, that's Ecclesiastes 3rd chapter right there. That's Ecclesiastes 12th chapter right there. Oh, that's oh man, that nigga's a big hypocrite, man. That nigga ain't doing what he's saying. That's Matthew 12 and 37 right there. Man, man, the Most High is working. Most High is working all the time. This knowledge is working all the time. Not necessarily in a way that you might have thought necessarily in your head, because the Most High is above your thoughts, but it's always working. Everything is always working on the Most High's time. So that's why these videos and certain breakdowns are necessary, so that way you understand to the best of your ability how the Most High is moving and will continue to move, as as his left hand continues to smack Earth silly. So
I got a precept to speak on what you just said. This Matthew chapter 6 and verse 21. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, the whole body is full of light. But if thine eye be evil, thy whole body is full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? So that's extremely important to add on what the brother was saying. Having these things at the forefront of your mind, like you see a world event. Oh man, that's Revelation 18:4. You see a word. Oh man, that's Ezekiel 38 right there, man. If you were in this truth, man, and you saw what's going on with Russia, I'm gonna be real. Ezekiel 38 should have popped up in your. It should have popped up in your mind, man. It should have.
exactly.
Just being 1,000 with it, bro. Ezekiel 38 should have popped up in your mind. And if it ain't, I ain't saying you wicked or you quote unquote going off that new phrase that's being thrown out there. You know what I'm saying?
You
I
a
ain't saying
bug out.
oh, you a bug out and all that, but it's just a wake up call to kind of okay, I need to get a little bit more serious about this, man. Things are popping off. I need to get these breakdowns. I need to get this understanding. So I'm not thrown off guard when these things start popping up left and right. That's why the scripture say Isaiah 33:6, wisdom and knowledge, stability of our times, and strength of our salvation. The fear of the Lord is his treasure, man. So all that, is all that. That's really gonna carry weight in the days ahead. Because, like as Kenton mentioned, the famine of the word is gonna come. And to tie what I said earlier about Isaiah 55:7, seeking the Lord while he may be found and calling upon him while he is near, that ties it to the famine of the word, because the Most High is going to be the most. This is how the Most High. I can't say how the Most High is exactly going to work it, but this is how I see things happening. The narrative, mainstream media narrative, great reset narrative is going to escalate. At the same time, his word is going to disappear from the world. It's like as the narratives escalate, his word is going to disappear more. Because what's going to happen? More censorship of brothers like us who come on here, who come on these platforms and speak the truth. Speak the truth to the from our perspective, according to the Holy Bible, man. Not just us, but other brothers who got platforms and whatnot. You ain't gonna have brothers on the streets no more. When certain things go down like that. Instagram is gonna get shut down. Instagram might get bought out by some fucking company or whatever that has new regulations and all that. Or you may not be, if they see some trace on your Instagram or your social media platforms that you support this movement, or that you are part of this group, or that you believe in this certain spiritual belief, or you believe in these quote unquote narrative, you believe in these quote unquote conspiracies about these narratives that they drive up, then you may be restricted for giving access to what money will be in the world that we're headed into, man.
Social credit score.
Social credit score. All those things are going to come into effect in the new world that we're headed into, man. So, man, that all is a part of the big censorship, platform and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's so important to keep our eyes single on these prophecies, man, because this is the great equalizer that gives us the future understanding and helps us see beneath all these narratives that are being drawn up, man. Because when you understand it's all leading to the charagma, then you know that it's not just it's not just how things go. Because you got some YouTubers out there who'll make videos that, it's not about the Great Reset. It's just how things go. You had the Spanish dollar, you had the French dollar, you had the British pound, you had the US dollar. Now you're going to have the Chinese yuan. This is how things go. This is how it's the rise and fall of kingdoms. And yeah, that's true to an extent, but you got to understand it's not just this. Like I said earlier, each time they implement something new, some changes, and this change is going to be the change to prepare the world to prepare this whole world that we're in right now for the end of this thing. That's what this change is going to represent. So you got to understand that, and you only get that understanding from the truth of the Holy Bible, man. That's why the scriptures say, "Blessed." Matter of fact, let me just get it. This is Revelation chapter 1 and verse 3. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep those things which are written therein. For the time is at hand. So the time is at hand, man. The time of the end of the world is at hand. The time of the change of the world is at hand even more. So what does that entail? What does that inquire? What does that entail? What does that involve in all the things that we spoke about right now? All the things we spoke of for these last 3 hours, we're detailing the change of the world, man, because that time is at hand. So what do we got to do to be found worthy for protection within these changing times? Because if you're not going to ingratiate yourself with these changing times as it gets more and more wicked, then you're going to need protection and provisions from somewhere. And the only thing you can come from is from the Most High, Yahweh Bashim Yahushua. So what do you got to do to find yourself worthy of that? You gotta read. You gotta hear the words of these prophecy. You gotta keep the things that are written therein, as it says in Revelation 1 and 3, man. And that's gonna help you survive the world that we're headed into. So it's just extremely important to get this, man.
Exactly, Khan. And I just want to get one precept, or actually multiple, but it's going to be from the same chapter, just to brothers to understand like the type of mindset that we need to have in the times to come. Because I'll just read the scripture first, Ashley, and then say my point. It's 2nd Ezra, the 16th chapter. I'll start at verse 39. Even so shall not the plagues be slack to come upon the earth, and the world shall mourn, and sorrow shall come upon it on every side. Now, those plagues, that has to do with Matthew, I believe the 24th chapter. Y'all brothers can read it. Christ mentions how, there's going to be a famine, wars, rumors of wars. That's essentially what the plagues are talking about in the second Esdras. But I'll continue. Verse 40. O my people, hear my word. Make ye ready to thy battle. And then those evils be even as pilgrims upon the earth. Now, what does it mean to be a pilgrim? Like I believe Ken said earlier, we're not supposed to be of this world. We live in this world, but we're not supposed to be of this world. Our mindset should be focused on spiritual things from above. So we're not supposed to be like, fully planted in whatever area we are, depending on how wicked things are. If you're in a certain city that's really pushing wickedness, that's really pushing that CDBC, that's really pushing shit in the future, the mark, my nigga, you just gonna have to get up and leave and go somewhere else.
Exactly.
You're gonna have to get up and leave and do something else. You might say, well, I have a job, man. I have a family. I have a career. What am I gonna do? Hey, man, that's why the scriptures warned us to be prepared. I'm gonna keep reading. Verse 41. He that selleth, let him be as he that fleeth away, and he that buyeth as one that will lose. He that occupieth merchandise as he that hath no profit by it. He that buildeth as he that shall not dwell therein. He that soweth as if he should not reap. So also he that planteth the vineyard as he that shall not gather the grapes. They that marry as they that shall not get no children, and they that marry not as the widowers. And therefore they that labor in vain. For strangers shall reap their fruits and spoil their goods, overthrow their houses and take their children captives. For in captivity and famine shall they get children. And I'm gonna stop there. So the main point that these verses are making, it's not saying to not have goals, to not be ambitious, to not want to be successful and have plans, but it's just saying you have to, have a realistic mindset, because we know according to the scriptures, there is going to a time where there's going to be great travail. Like it says, I believe in is it Jeremiah where it mentions Jacob's trouble?
Yeah, Jeremiah 30:7.
Okay, 30. I was thinking 31, but yeah, 30:7 where it mentions Jacob's trouble. We understand according to the scriptures that time is coming. So for all you brothers who are, in the knowledge, who understand who you are and understand the times to come. Yes, it's important, to work hard and be successful and be able to take care of yourself, but you have to work while in the back of your mind understanding all that shit be gone tomorrow, that you might just have to pick up your shit and leave. Because if you are fully invested in being successful in this world, that you'll be willing to give up anything, then that's how you're going to fall. I mean, even the scriptures again, I believe Christ says this. What's the point of getting the whole world to lose your soul, man? You don't want to be one of those brothers, working and striving for everything. That when persecution comes, you just fold up and you submit. And I actually just want to get the scripture real quick. It's Matthew the 16th chapter, verse. Now I like to get the full point. So verse 24. Then said Yahushua unto his disciples, if any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. What does that mean by denying himself? That means denying, the pleasures that you have, denying the cares of this world, not being concerned with earthly or worldly possessions, not being concerned about, having a roof over your head and food and clothes. All those things are important. But like it says in the scriptures, Christ mentions how, for example, the lilies, dang, how do we just get the precept, man?
Oh yeah.
I believe it's give me one moment. I know it's it's Matthew the 6th chapter. So Matthew the 6th chapter, verse 28. And why take ye though for raiment? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow, they toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Wherefore, if the Most High so clothe the grass of the field, which today is and tomorrow is cast into the oven, shall not he much more clothe you, O ye of little faith? Therefore take no thought of saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or wherewithal shall we be clothed? For all these things do the Gentiles seek, but your Father for your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need of all these things, but seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. And the reason why I wanted to go to that verse, just as a quick aside, is at the end of the day, when we're in this society, again, like I said earlier, it's important to have goals and dreams and aspirations, but don't get to the point where you're so stressed out about how you're going to be taken care of from day to day. Because if you truly have faith in the Most High, you know that everything's going to be provided for you. That doesn't mean everything's going to be easy and you're not going to struggle, but man, you're going to be able to breathe. You're going to have enough food to live. You're not going to die. Hey man, if you keep living, that's really enough, man. But let me go back to Matthew, the 16th chapter. I'll read verse 25. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, and whosoever will lose his life for my sake shall find it. Meaning what? If you're so concerned with saving yourself in this kingdom by your own power and ability, you're going to take that mark when it comes on the scene. You're going to fold up when the CDBC is out on the scene because you don't see any other option. You don't have faith in the Most High. So you're going to try to save yourself and in the process lose yourself because you understand, according to the scriptures, those who take the mark, you finish. Basically, your life is forfeit. But those of us who are willing to lose our lives for the sake of Christ, meaning willing to go through that persecution if it happens in our lifetime, willing to struggle, during these tough times, then our lives are going to be spared. Our lives are going to be saved. If we die in this time, then hey man, we'll be the first resurrected and see Christ's glory. If we're still alive, then even better. We didn't have to physically experience death, and we just get immortality. So it's a win-win. But let me continue on verse 26. For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? And what shall a man give in exchange for his life? And again, that's the whole point of being in this understanding and not being so concerned with this society. Because at the end of the day, what's more important, a success in the society or your own soul? And again, I'm not saying, nigga, I just want Babylon to fall, man. Fuck this shit. I'm just gonna chill. When can this shit end? I don't have no goals. I don't have no plans. I'm not saying don't have that type of mindset, because this shit is not even guaranteed to end in our lifetime, man. Of course, we see the signs and we understand that the Most High is coming soon, but soon could be 200 years, man. Because again, what does it say in the scriptures? 1,000 days is like one day to the Lord.
Yeah, 1,000.
No different. I believe that's Peter. I think it's
First Peter, I believe.
No, it's Second Peter. The Second
Okay.
Peter. 2 Peter 3:8.
Okay. Yeah.
But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is one day. I'll read verse 9 too. The Lord is not slack concerning his promise, as some men count slackness, but is long suffering toward us, not willing that any should perish, but that all shall come to repentance. I'll read 2 more verses, man. Verse 10. But the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, in which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat, and the earth also and the works that are therein shall be burned up. Seeing then that all these things shall be dissolved, what manner of persons ought ye to be in all holy conversation and godliness, looking for and hasting unto the coming of the day of the Most High, wherein the heavens being on fire shall be dissolved, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. And I'm gonna just stop there again. With the Lord, his concept of time is completely different. So we know that the time is coming to an end. And for those of you brothers who are really well read in the scriptures and understand prophecy and understand history, the time's been coming to an end since Christ died. It's been 2,000 years now. So according to the Most High, it's only been a couple days.
Yep.
2,000 years, that's 2 days. So it's only been a couple days for him. So we might have a couple more days. I would say a couple more days, maybe like a couple more hours. Because a couple more days, that's a long time, man. But like maybe a couple more hours, but that's still a very long time.
I mean, but could you imagine that though? Could you imagine Yahushua coming back and we like, oh Lord, we waited so long for you, and he looks at you like, nigga only been gone for 2 days.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
Like 2
But
days.
I want to get this quick precept because it aligns with what you just said in terms of, we've been asking in terms of, when I say we, I mean us as a nation, been asking when the kingdom is coming for over 2,000 years now. This is the book of Acts chapter 1 and verse 5. For John truly baptized with water, but ye shall be baptized with the Holy Ghost not many days hence. When they therefore were come together, they asked of him, saying, Lord, wilt thou at this time restore again the kingdom to Israel? Verse 7. And then he said unto them, this is Yahushua speaking, it is not for you to know the times or the seasons which the Father hath put in his own power. So I'm gonna stop there. But this just goes and show that, even at that time, 2,000 years ago, because Yahushua had promised and he had said that the kingdom is at hand. Go when you go into Matthew the 5th and 6th chapter, where he's instructing his disciples to go on their ministry. He gives them, if you go into Matthew the 7th and 8th chapter, he gives them the spiritual power as well. He's telling them to baptize, because the kingdom of heaven is at hand. He's telling them to go out and perform miracles because the kingdom of heaven is at hand. He's telling them to go lay hands, go heal the sick, go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, because the kingdom, not to go into the houses of Samaria, not to go in the way of the Gentiles, but to go to the Israelites, because the kingdom is at hand. So everything is focused on emphasize the kingdom being at hand. So before he's about to leave, they ask him, hey, Lord, you said the kingdom. What you said the kingdom's at hand? Like, what the kingdom at?
Hey, but wait a minute, Swint. What did verse 6 say for all the Christians in the back? When will the kingdom be restored to who?
Oh, let's get that again. Acts 1 and 6. When they therefore will come together, they asked of him, saying, Lord, wilt thou at this time restore again the kingdom to Israel?
To Israel?
Well, hold up, bro. I gotta stop you. Didn't John say that the Most High can make the stones like Israel?
That's what he's talking about, brother.
Oh,
we Christians understand that it's talking about stones. Israel is just stones, brother.
No, brother. You see, when it's talking about Israel, it's talking about the church. So the church is Israel, and the church is everybody. So it's talking about everybody, brother. Come on, man. Come on now. We are the church, man.
This is before Paul's ministry. See, Paul learned from Jesus. See, Jesus didn't tell the other apostles, but he told Paul to go to the Gentiles so they can be saved.
Neither Jew nor Greek, brother. Neither
Jew nor Greek. Because see, it doesn't.
All in Christ.
In Galatians 3:29, it's the seed is Christ. It's the seed of Christ, not the seed of Abraham, brother. You're reading it backwards.
Bro, come on, brother. John 3:16. For God so loved the world, brother. He gave his only begotten son. And dang, I just gotta use a quick aside for a lot of you brothers who struggle with that verse and where it says the world. When you look up the word world in the Greek, it's cosmos. That can be referenced to like
so
the
many
actual
things.
planet, or it could be referenced to a world like in reference to like a nation of people. And by the way, when Christ is talking about the world, that's in reference to the precept in Isaiah, where it says like world without end, Israel.
I got it right here. Isaiah 45:17. But Israel shall be saved in the Lord with an everlasting salvation. Ye shall not be ashamed nor confounded, world without end.
Exactly. So when Christ is talking about for God so loved the world, he's talking about that world without end, that being Israel.
Or is Sirach, I think it's 37:25. For the days of man is numbered, but the days of Israel are innumerable. So same thing. So world without end. So I don't So we had to do that aside because obviously there might be some quote unquote Christians, where the fuck that means, that might watch this video later and be confused. But
Yeah, got to throw that nugget in there. Just
gotta throw that nugget in
any
there.
newer
For
brothers who are coming in this and they come across this video and you make it all the way to this point, shout out to you if you make it 3 hours and 19 minutes, by the way.
Hey, the spirit really working on you is consuming that content.
Exactly.
As soon as you say Israel, up, unsubscribing.
But you make it all the way to this point, you still harbored on that Christian shit a little bit. You just had to throw that in there too, just to get rid of that. Get rid of that shit at the end of this, man.
Yeah, nice try, buddy.
And we could, honestly, if we wanted to, we could dedicate a whole another 3 hours to just bringing up precept after precept. Because I'll be honest, it's no disrespect, but like if you actually read the Bible, it's not that hard to know that it's talking about Israel.
Yeah, but that means at that point you're not studying; you're just reading.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put it like that. If you start from the Old Testament, quote unquote, and read the entire Bible, you'll understand what it's talking about. Because, see, the thing with the scriptures, and this is why the church always says, start with the New Testament. No,
What?
No, don't make any sense. Because literally, the new quote unquote New Testament is just a fulfillment of all the prophecies of old. So if you don't even know what the prophecies were, you're not even going to know what Christ fulfilled.
It's like, because if you read Matthew chapter 1:1-17, how could you start there? Like, nigga, it's going to talk about characters like Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and Solomon and David. None of them niggas in the New Testament like that. So at the end of the day, how you going to start there? Like, you're not going to know these niggas' names. Like,
you gotta remember, the church just tells you what David is. They'll just, David killed Goliath and he was king.
Exactly, that's it. But that's not in the New Testament. So it's like, where'd you get that from? They go, and if they're stupid enough to say Old Testament, well, then it's like, well, nigga, don't you think I should read that shit? Like,
exactly.
The fuck? Like,
Yeah,
come on,
quote unquote Old and New Testament.
exactly, yeah, quote unquote.
Those words won't apply till later on, but that's
a whole other topic.
That's a whole another 3 hours on top of that.
But real quick, I want to go back to 2nd Ezra, the 16th chapter, just to close out the point I was making. Like, and I think these verses in 2nd Ezra, the 16th chapter, to end the chapter, are really, the prophet Ezra through the angel, I believe Uriel, giving a warning for us brothers in the time that we're in. But I want to go to verse 70 of 2nd Ezra chapter 16. For there shall be in every place in the next cities a great insurrection upon those that fear the Lord. They shall be like madmen, sparing none, but still spoiling and destroying those that fear the Lord. For they shall waste and take away their goods and cast them out of their houses. Then shall they be known who are my chosen, and they shall be tried as gold in the fire. Meaning, like, when shit really, really, really hits the fan, and they got Katrina, Kofima out on the scene, y'all niggas are gonna know if you're the Most High chosen. With 100 bricks. Yeah, let me finish my point. Let me get serious. When that time comes and like FEMA's on the scene and basically the government has declared martial law and they're like imposing their will upon the people. Those of us who are in this knowledge and truth, because like Swin was saying earlier, they've already gathered enough information on all those brothers, through our social media habits, through what we watch and through what we post, and our phones probably record our conversations too, quiet as kept. Yeah. So they already know who we are, and they already know which people, especially which so-called black men, they got to get out of here because they represent the end of this kingdom. Mm-hmm. So when that time comes, don't be afraid of that persecution, because even Christ himself says, that many are going to be persecuted basically because of his name. Mm-hmm. In fact, I want to just go to a quick precept. It's Matthew, the 5th chapter, verse 10. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake. Mm-hmm. For theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake. Rejoice and be exceeding glad, for great is your reward in heaven. For so persecuted they the prophets which were before you. Meaning what? When that great time of persecution comes, that's not a time to be sorrowful. That's a time to rejoice, because that's going to be a way of us building up equity with the Most High, building up that spiritual treasure. So whatever persecution we go through, we're going to be rewarded 100-fold in the times to come. And then I'll finish off Second Ezra real quick, and then I'll let y'all brothers get your points out. Verse 74 of Second Ezra 16. Hear, O ye my beloved, saith the Lord. Behold, the days of trouble are at hand, but I will deliver you from the same. Be ye not afraid, neither doubt, for the Most High is your guide, and the guide of them who keep my commandments and precepts, saith the Lord power. I'll read that one more time. Verse 76. And the guide of them who keep my commandments and precepts, saith the Lord power. So how do you understand the commandments and precepts? Man, you got to go back to the laws of Moses and read those laws of Moses. Of course, reading those laws, that'll give you the literal aspect of the law, but to get a real spiritual understanding of the law, that's where the words of Christ come in. You see, with the church, what they do, they just take the words of Christ and they use no context with the laws of old, and they just run with that shit. But in reality, Christ, all he was speaking was, he was just saying the same laws of Moses. He was just bringing out that true understanding. In fact, I believe in Revelations, it even says that the 144,000 is Revelations, the 15th chapter. I'll just read it real quick. It's the 15th chapter, verse 3. Yeah, and this is talking about the 144,000. And they sing the song of Moses, the servant of the Most High, and the song of the Lamb, saying, great and marvelous are thy works, Lord, power almighty, just and true are thy ways, thou King of saints. So what does that mean? Moses and Christ sang the same song. What does that mean? They were giving out the same message. So the same thing that Moses was telling the Israelites of old that were hard-headed is the same thing that Christ was trying to instruct. Because you got to remember, with the Old Testament, it doesn't get into the specifics of what Moses did. It just brings out Moses giving the law. But I'm sure there are many times Moses, because you got to remember, he was a prophet. He spoke face to face with the Most High. I won't say just like Christ, but he was the closest prophet to Christ. Face to face. So like, he had that great wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. So I'm sure he brought up a lot of the same spiritual points that Christ did. It just wasn't written. And our people at that time were too hard-headed in their mind and their heart to understand those points. That's where Christ came in, because he was a better Moses. That's why even Moses himself was a prophet coming after me, like me. So he was gonna do the same thing, bring that understanding of the law. Now, the main difference between Moses and Christ is, since Christ is both, he was both a prophet, he was also the king of Israel, and he inherited the priesthood, all those three positions wrapped in one. He kind of changed the game for us Israelites today. So we're not held to the strict adherence of the law. That doesn't mean we go against the law. That means we follow it to the best of our abilities. And when we fall off, our lives aren't at stake. We just got to, get back up and do better, man.
Get back right. Yeah, righteous man falleth. What does scripture say in Proverbs? I think it's the 26th?
Fall 7 times, get up 8.
Yeah, fall 7 times. Exactly, and you get up. You know what I'm saying? So as a righteous man, that's what you got to do, man. But my fault, you had anything to say?
Yeah. I was just going to, by the way, it was Proverbs 24 and 16.
Okay.
But yeah, I was just going to finish up Second Ezra, the 16th chapter. Woe be unto them that are bound with their sins and uncovered with their iniquities, like as a field is covered over with bushes, and the path thereof covered with thorns, that no man may travel through. It is left undressed. It is cast into the fire to be consumed therewith. Meaning, you got to get right with the Most High. You can't just be like, oh, I believe in Jesus, the laws don't matter. No, well then you still covered in iniquity. Then you still bound by your sins. Because exactly, you still a hoe. You still bound by your sins, and you don't even realize it because you don't know what the law is. You ain't following the law. You just think, I believe in Jesus, I'm good. When that time comes, just like it says in verse 78, you're gonna be cast into the fire, which is that lake of destruction. That's all of us brothers want to avoid, man. So like, I just encourage all you brothers that who are trying to learn and grow, continue to read the scriptures, continue to build up that knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, so that when that time comes, you'll be able to make the right decisions that will help. I won't say guarantee your salvation, because at the end of the day, everything's predetermined.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know if you're gonna make it. You don't know if I'm gonna make it. Shit, I don't know. We don't know ourselves if we're gonna make it. So everything's up to the Most High. But what's that one precept where talk about you're supposed to rehearse the righteous acts?
Judges 5:11.
Yep, Judges 5:11. That's a perfect one, man.
Exactly. So like basically, we just have to rehearse those righteous acts, and Lord willing, the Most High will see how we've humbled ourselves and really feel sorry for us. That's basically what we're hoping for.
Yeah.
The Most High feel sorry for us, and be like, you know what, this little dumb nigga trying, man. You know what? I'll give him a chance, man. Because it's like I always tell the brothers. At the end of the day, we just have to be grateful, not for our righteousness, but for our forefather Abraham's righteousness. Because it's really because of that, brother, that all of us today have a chance. Because the only reason we even have an opportunity is because of the promise the Most High made to Abraham. So he's like, fuck it. I got to save some of these niggas.
Yeah,
I'm not a liar.
And he's exactly. That's exactly. He has to hold true to his word, because the Most High has never told a lie and never will. So, I mean, because of Abraham, the Most High got to stick by his guns. Of course, that was the plan all along, but the Most High has to stick by what he said, because he promised Abraham. So he promised Isaac, he promised Jacob. So,
like he said in the scriptures, his words hold true. So it is what it is. But like but piggyback off of Moses, even though it was all about the letter of the law, the Torah, things of that nature, even Moses said, like he said, because he was a prophet and the closest prophet to the Most High at the time, he even communicated to Israel that you must be circumcised of the heart, meaning that you must have a spiritual understanding of the law. Now, granted, it wasn't his job to give the complete spiritual understanding, but even he's made wise words like that, because he understood that, the letter of the law is great, that's cool, but you gotta be able to understand this from a spiritual level. That way you can practice it correctly. I.e., the laws must be in your heart or in your mind, So even he gave that understanding. That's why him and Christ gave the same message, because it was all about you getting your spirit right. It was always about that, making sure that your minds and your souls are properly calibrated to follow the Most High and all the ways that you needed to be considered righteous in his eyes. So to get in 1 John 2nd chapter verse 3, now by this we know that we know him if we keep his commandments. He who says I know him and does not keep his commandments, he is a liar, and the truth is not in him. So, like D-Ben brought out with them religions, especially the quote-unquote Christians, once again, wherever the fuck that means, those people are liars, especially those that talk about, the laws, none of the laws matter anymore. And what's that song? Jesus loves me, yes I know, cause the Bible tells me so. No, you a damn liar. Like, stop. You got to keep the commandments, bro. I tell you that in was it 20 Revelation 22 verse 14. Yep. Blessed are those who do his commandments, that they may have the right to the tree of life and may enter through the gates into the city. And in verse 15, but outside are dogs and sorcerers and sexual immoral, which of course is not, for all the idiots in the back, that's not talking about sex before marriage, but that's another topic.
That's a 5-hour live stream right
I
there.
know. We might as well have people call in and everything. I mean, good grief. And sexually immoral, i.e., real fornicators and murderers and idolaters and whoever loves and practices a lie. So all those quote unquote Jesus lovers, they're all they're all I don't even say sorcerers because they're too dumb, but to do that. But I would say lovers and practitioners of a lie for sure. So, but like the live tonight, all the signs and things of that. Hey man, Revelation 16 and 15. This is a repeater. Well, this is going to be a repeater for me at some point. But behold, I am coming as a thief. Blessed is he who watches, depending on which translation you're reading, and keeps his garments, lest he walk naked and they see his shame. Meaning what? Now, you know, we know, brothers in the knowledge know what that's talking about with the garments, but you know, for those newcomers, you know, for you, you know, garments, yes, in a literal sense, yes, garments are clothes, but obviously it's not what that's talking about here. But it is analogized to clothes, to garments, because what's the number one thing that garments give you? Protection. So the scriptures, the word, the knowledge of the Most High is spiritual garments because it's spiritual protection. It protects your soul. It's like your soul is being dressed. You know what I'm saying? Your soul is given that armor. So that way you can properly pay attention to what's going on. You become your own fountain. You become your pain. You become your own river per se. You stay flowing with the times. You stay flowing with the signs. You keep your heads up to the Most High because you don't want to be naked, bro. Because like in real life, if you naked, I mean, nigga, that's a lot of damage. I mean, if it's cold outside, you're gonna freeze to death. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be kind of in regular situations, it's gonna be kind of hard to fight motherfuckers naked. You know what I'm saying? You can get easily stabbed to death. So, you know, so you're not protected. So same thing. Your soul is naked. If your soul is naked, you know, it's easy to receive anything. You can easily be quote unquote penetrated by anything. I'm just, you know, just saying.
It is, bro. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Hold on, disclaimer, no homo.
Too late, bro.
I know that's kind of too late, but I rarely say that, but I'm gonna say it this time. No homo, but you can easily be penetrated by anything, you know. You don't want to be penetrated at all, but you don't want to be easily penetrated by anything neither. So, you know, that's the whole point of the garments, man. That's why we read and study the word, not just read, because you know, reading within itself is just you just looking at the words on the paper. That's cool, but you gotta be able to study it so you can use it. Like the guy in Drumline said, you know, when Nick Cannon told him he couldn't read music, he was like, well, shit. There's people that know how to read the word toilet, don't mean they know how to use one. You know what I'm saying? So you got, you know what I'm saying? If you don't study if you're not studying this shit, if you're not actually seeing these things play out in real time, then you still naked, bro. There are many people who have read, you know, the Bible from, well, the quote unquote 66 book version, which I just realized that, you know, the 66, you know, for Molech. But anyway, you know, there are people who have read the entire quote unquote 66 book version, but yet they don't know a goddamn thing. They just as stupid as the nigga who hasn't even read Genesis 1:1 yet. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's just pointless. Like they spent all that time reading all those 66 books and they didn't get anything out of it because they're not studying. They just wanted to look at the words on the page and that's it. Well, that's not going to really get you anywhere. You got to be able to understand. It's understanding things not only literally but metaphorically, not just physically, i.e. the words on the page, but spiritually. What is these things really trying to communicate? That's why researching. That's why understanding real history puts these things into better context. You're able to understand what the Most High was talking about when he warned us against worshiping false idols. And when some of the names came up, like Molech and Baal and Ashtoreth, and in the New Testament, Diana came up. I know Diana came up, but like these things, you're able to understand how these things kept going. How do societies today still worship these false gods? And obviously the goddess is automatically false, so that's whatever. But you're able to understand these things. You're able to understand these things from a spiritual level. These things are able to continue to these things are able to continue to be in your mind because these things are always flowing. We live in a completely mystery of iniquity time. So this stuff is literally everywhere. It's pretty much in every single TV show to various degrees, in pretty much every movie. It's in your sports. It's in your video games, whatever. It's pretty much everywhere around you to various degrees. Now, of course, don't bug out, of course, because some niggas bug the fuck out and, they sit in the fetal position somewhere, smoking on a cigarette, some shit, whatever the fuck they doing. But you don't want to be that guy. But at the same time, you have to be able to understand these things because this shit is far deeper than just, oh, I read all 66 books. I know what's going on around me. God loves me. No, bro. Like,
I have the Holy Spirit, bro.
Exactly. Like, nigga, you need to
have
go read again. Like, what are you talking about? Like, nigga, it's not that simple, dude. At the end of the day, this is literature, bro. So you're not just saved just because you got a book in your hand. That's not how this stuff works. Like, you're just being arrogant, which at the same time, that means you're being ignorant because clearly the scriptures itself don't even communicate that. So you're just once again, you're being a spiritual dumbass. So hey, if you want to be that, that's on you, but don't put that energy on me talking about I'm saved, brother. And if you want to be saved, just read these couple words real quick. No, that's not how that works, bro. It's a process, it's a journey, man. It's a series of trials and tribulations. And if we're in that time, the kingdom is going to be the hardest thing you're ever it's going to be the greatest reward, but it's going to be the hardest reward that you ever receive. You're going to have to earn it on a whole nother level. Like all the great men in the scriptures, they had to earn their divine preference in some way, shape, or form. It wasn't just, hey, Yahweh, can I have divine preference? Yeah, sure, here you go. No, like you had to go through some shit. Like some of these people had to go through some heavy shit in order to receive their divine role, their divine gift. So these things are earned, not given, and it's a process of time. And this is really more so of a mental battle and spiritual battle because it takes a lot of patience. Once you start getting to this knowledge, now all of a sudden you want to be quick to put on a nice shiny garment or something. You want to be on the streets for the next 24 hours or some shit because something now. So you gotta take your time and you gotta be able to understand that the average person is still not going to care about what you're talking about. Yeah, they might pretend, might give you nice words, but for the most part, they don't really care about what you're talking about. They like you, so they decide to entertain your conversation for a little bit, but then they might doze off and go to sleep. Whatever, it's fine. But at the end of the day, these type of things, you got to earn it through patience and continuing to study. If you like D-Ben's read the Bible all the way through, but now he's reading it again. Yeah, in another translation per se, but he's reading it again. Why? Because the journey's not over. The journey doesn't end as soon as you end reading the Bible with Revelation 22 and hold on, is it 22 and 22? Is that the last verse? Hold on.
I think it might be, to be honest.
Revelation 21. Yeah, 22 and 21. The journey doesn't end there, bro. No, you gotta keep going because it's like a river. Rivers keep going. Lakes, they stop at a certain point. So if the rivers exactly. So if the knowledge keeps going, that means you got to keep going. We're not at the end, bro. The end is when Yahweh Shai comes back. That is the end of the story. Okay. If he's not back, then we're not at the end, bro. The story has not ended. That means you got to keep going. You got to keep studying. So that way this stuff becomes more into your heart. It becomes more into your mind. You're able to live with scripture. It's like somebody one of the And1 mixtape legends. If y'all know him, what was his name? Main Event. That's how I learned how to play basketball. Now I'm using this in as an analogy to scriptures, but he said you must know the ball. This is your girlfriend. Now, I'm not going to say boyfriend. Once again, no homo. But this is your girlfriend. You must know the ball. Same thing with the scriptures. This is your girlfriend. This is like your best friend. Some shit. You must know the scriptures. But it's a journey, man. It's a process. You got to put this shit in your head. It's like you gotta go to sleep with it. Now, of course, don't bug out. Even though scriptures give you advice on not to bug out. Stay balanced. The Most High loves just way and just balance. So these things must be done with the propriety and the balance of time. But at the end of the day, going around thinking you're saved because you read John 3:16 once, that ain't gonna work, homie. You just as stupid as the next guy that walks past me. So I mean, it's what it is. But like I said, do you? But at the end of the day, these things are coming. The CBDC, am I saying that right?
Yeah, CBDC.
Yeah, CBDC is coming. The stamp is coming. Okay, these things are coming whether you like it or not. So hopefully you are girding up your garments, because your ass gonna be naked as hell with that stamp in your hand if you don't. So do you?
Hey, the scriptures say, it's not be offended in prophecy, man.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, hey, we can't be offended in with the words that are in this book, man. You can't be offended to run that race, as the Apostle Paul said. You can't be offended in any part of this. You can't be offended. You got to keep studying. You can't be offended that prophecies coming. It may not suit your lifestyle. You can't be offended that you got to keep reading. You can't be offended that you got to search out understanding for these prophecies. You can't be offended that you're gonna need the Holy Spirit to be working with you in order to understand the Bible, man. You can't be offended. Mm-hmm. You can't be offended if a chapter is too long. You know what I'm saying? It's boring. You can't be offended. You got to get through it, man. I was talking with D-Ben the other day. We're talking about just reading and patience and all that. Going into sometimes, man, to read some of these precepts, man, it takes patience, man. You get into the Chronicles, you get into some of the deeper chapters in Chronicles. It takes patience. You're just reading about all these family generations, book after book after book. It takes patience, man. That's one of the key things we got to have.
Psalms 119.
Yeah, exactly. Psalms
119.
You talk about patience. Try reading Maccabees. It's only 16 chapters, but each chapter like 80, 100 verses, man. That's real patience. Exactly. A lot of brothers might be like, oh, I mean, it's Maccabees. Who cares? Well, you should care, because that gives you a lot of context to what's going on in the New Testament when you understand what happened with the Jews during that period, man. And then not even that, because like brothers have to remember the scriptures. A lot of it is just history. So a lot of the history of our people, you're going to have to read outside the Bible. So like for a lot of you brothers who want more in-depth information about, the time prior to the Maccabees and the time after the Maccabees, how like King Herod rose to power, you might have to read some of that Josephus, man. You want to know what happened to our people when they, during the siege of 70 AD, and then the final destruction, which I believe was 130 something AD. I can't remember the specific year. You got to do outside research, man. It's like Ghetto or Ken was saying earlier, man. Like you got to be able to understand history to understand the Bible, because the Bible is a history book. But not all the history is contained in the scriptures. That's the thing.
And the scriptures say to be not ignorant. Sirach, the 5th chapter, it say not to be ignorant in anything small or big, man. It's roughly paraphrasing that. So you can't be offended that you gotta sometimes get extra information. You in order to understand, but you gotta read. I know that some niggas ain't gonna like this. Some niggas who think it's just the Most High and Esau. Man, you gonna have to understand about the left hand path, man. You're going to have to get that understanding, man, because especially the world we headed into right now, you know what I'm saying? You really going to need that understanding of what's the horn god, man, and what are the different names of the horn god goes by? What are the different tenets of the horn god that you see revving up in people right now? What is the spiritual practice that the people at the top of this world practice, and how do they want to disseminate that into the masses? You're going to have to read to get information on that, man.
If you don't,
the world we headed into.
Hey, if you don't, you're going to have that damn You gonna have that damn star on your damn banner or your damn robe.
Exactly. You think you holding the Star of David? You know, when you really holding the Star of damn Oleg, man. You know, which it tells you that in the scriptures, by the way, in the book of Acts. But that's a whole nother story.
Fucking joke.
Not even because I mean it don't break it down all the way in the book of Acts. But if you take that part of the Bible and you research based off of that, that gives you the understanding right there, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it's about right there. You know, the left hand path is important as well as the right hand. But now we understand righteousness is the most important, but we know the Most High controls the left hand, so it's not wicked or going off or anything like that to do research on. You're not going, but I mean, as long as your spirit is strong and you rooted, you're not going to actually go and follow that lifestyle. You're just reading up on your adversary. That's what you're doing. The scriptures say to be sober and be vigilant because your adversary is a roaring lion, walketh about seeking whom he may devour. So what's part of being sober and being vigilant? Reading up about your adversary, man. It's not just about Esau the white man. It's about what spiritual practices do they practice at the highest level of Esau the white man. And how does that pertain to the world we're in right now and that we're headed into?
Exactly. It makes no sense. If the Most High warned you about Baal, why would you not go read about Baal?
Exactly.
It's just stupid.
Exactly, man. And that gives you further clarification on certain scriptural doctrines, like the virgin birth, for example, right? If you know about the left-hand path, you know about its origins and Semiramis and Tammuz and Nimrod, then that gives you further clarification on why the Christian church, especially the origin of the Christian church, going back to the Roman Catholic Church and their origins,
which goes back to the Latin Church, which like the Etruscans and Babylon. And like once you understand that, you basically understand, no disrespect, any of y'all brothers who are in the Christian church, that shit is not of God. It hasn't been quote unquote of God since its inception. And when I'm talking about the church, the only church that actually existed were like the church during the times of the apostles, like, you know, the 7 main churches and a lot of those other auxiliary churches. But even then, they weren't around for that long because certain doctrines started to creep in, especially after the apostles passed away. But by the time the Roman Catholic Church was fully established under Constantine, which is around like a 320 something AD, that shit was beyond dead. That shit had been slaughtered. So like basically from like 380 to now, that's been about what, 1700 years. The church has been wicked.
Yeah. I mean, they got this facade right now where they tell the people over there in the Vatican that the Pope comes from the line of Peter. You know?
It's arguable if Peter even ever went to Rome because he preached to the Gentiles. It was Paul. So.
Exactly, man. But having an understanding of these things, you know, at least a basic level understanding. You know, it's good to go in depth, but having at least a basic level understanding of these things, you know, can give you proper spiritual understanding on the right hand path. So the right and left, they work hand in hand. So you can't just be right hand dominant and not have no left hand knowledge, and then you can't just be left hand. You definitely can't be left hand dominant and have no right hand knowledge, because then you just all kinds of, you know, fucked up. But if you embrace that lifestyle, and you embrace that lifestyle of the tenets of the left hand path, meaning what you're a quote unquote Luciferian, being
you're a witch.
You're a witch, an enlightened member to the craft and to that lifestyle pattern or whatnot, going into certain practices you believe in, certain gods that you worship, certain things that you do because of the gods that you worship. A lot of people who are on the low level of that too don't even really understand what they're doing either. They think it's just some trendy or something that they saw here and there, or maybe there's some Mason that came into understanding they reveal some things as they escalate at the ladders of Masonry, but they still mix it in with other things. Whatnot. They don't really pull the curtain onto these people until they really get at the top level, and they let you know up front who you worship and why it is that you do what you do. You know, so a lot of people don't even have full understanding of that, you know, as well. But basically what I'm saying is these things go hand in hand, man. So you got to study to show yourself approved all around. Scripture say you study to yourself approved, a workman unto the Most High, man. So that's part of working for the Most High is getting that understanding, studying, you know, and not just practicing that in your everyday life, but also imparting that knowledge on other brothers, man. And I want to get a precept real quick because, as you brought out earlier in Judges, the 5th chapter, going to rehearsing the righteous acts, that's part of rehearsing being of the elect, man. This is Colossians chapter 3 and verse 12. Put on, therefore, as the elect of the Most High, holy and beloved, bowels of mercies, kindness, humbleness of mind, meekness, long suffering. You know, so that's part of putting on as the elect. It's not about just you know, keeping the law in terms of you keep the letter of the law, how well you keep the letter of the law, making a check. Did I do this? Did I do this? No, of course you do those things. You keep the laws, statutes, and commandments, of course. But it's not just about, oh, I keep the law, but I have no fruits of the spirit. I keep the law, but I'm not kind. I'm not humble. I'm not meek. Because then you're boasting. You're keeping it, but you're keeping it to boast yourself in it. You're keeping it to give yourself a name. That's the difference right there between the flesh and the spirit. See, the flesh wants to boast itself up, prop itself up to be this great and mighty man and, servant, a prophet of the Most High, whatever you want to call yourself. That's what the flesh wants to do. But the spirit of the law is going to understand what the law is for. And I'm going to get that. This is 1 Timothy chapter 1 and verse 8. But we know that the law is good if a man use it lawfully, knowing that the law is not made for a righteous man, but for the lawless and disobedient, for the ungodly and for sinners, for unholy and profane, for murderers of fathers and murderers of mothers, for manslayers, for whoremongers, for them that defile themselves with mankind, which we all know what that means. Well, we should know what that means. For men stealers, for liars, for purged persons, and if there be any other thing that is contrary to sound doctrine. What does that mean? That basically is saying a roundabout way, in a more descriptive way, what I'm about to just summarize it as, it's saying that the law is made to keep us in check. The law is made to bring us back in check, bring us back in line when we stray away. That's what the law is for. So you're not supposed. The law is not made for you to boast in it. Oh, I keep this. Why don't you do this? I wear fringes on my jeans. I wear fringes on my khaki shorts. I got fringes on my socks. That's not what the law is for, man. I heard a brother say one time, man, I don't even go take the trash out without my fringes on, man. Like, I mean, hey, if that's what you want to do, brother, all praises, man. But that's not what the law is for, though. The law is to keep us in line when we're doing these acts right here, man. When we're disobedient, when we have lawlessness, when we're sinning, when we're not being holy, which means separate, when we're being profane, if anyone is murdered, things that's what the law is for, man, to give us a guide to ring us back in when temptations come into play. That's what the law is for. You know what I'm saying? Not to boast yourself and to make yourself. Now, of course, there's going to be a dividing factor. Don't get it twisted. There's going to be those that keep it and those that don't. And there's always going to be that separated right there. But within that, it's not to boast yourself up and to brag or things of that nature. It's about people seeing your righteous ways, your works and whatnot, and wanting to emulate those ways of righteousness by how you keep the law is supposed to be a reflection of your righteousness. That's what it's supposed to be. The righteousness inside of you. That's what the law is for, and that's what the law is, right? So we can't just go about, yes, we keep the commandments, we keep the law, but it ain't just about, oh man, I do this and you ain't doing this, so you going off. That's not what you hear a lot. The reason I'm saying that is because you hear a lot of this in Israel, man. Unfortunately, you hear a lot of this in Israel. Oh, you going off because you doing this, and you going off because you doing this, but it's no real. It's just point. I see a lot of pointing fingers, man, but I don't see a lot of edification in terms of, brother. Let me explain to you why this is quote unquote going off, which is the new term they use. Let me explain why you're not supposed to do this. Let me explain why, based off of the righteousness of the law, that this is supposed to be the steps in which you need to take. And the steps that you are taking currently is going to lead you under destruction and damnation. Let me explain that. Let me explain why. Let me use the law lawfully and explain. And then bring you back into the fold because you strayed off into temptation. That's what the law is for. Now, of course, don't get it twisted. And sometimes you got to rebuke, man. Especially for a nigga being hard-headed, he don't want to listen. But to just say brothers doing this and doing this and doing this and not giving no edification, all that's doing is pointing fingers, right? That's not
Con. And honestly, bro, can We need to get rid of that going off shit. That needs to be
I hate that term.
wiped.
I hate that term, man.
Going off.
That's why I say quote unquote going off, because I don't even want to use that term myself. I use that, I say quote unquote going off because I'm quoting another brother who may use that term frequently. I hate that. I hate that term going off, man. That shit pisses me off now because that term is so misused, man. It's such a they use it in such a demonstrative way that they're trying to they cast it as if a brother's doing this and they say he's going off, meaning and they cast it in a way where it's like you have all manner of wickedness with you. You're a demon. You know, you can't be saved. The Most High is not working in you and shit like that. I hate that term going off now, man. I can't stand that term.
Exactly. And honestly, I just want to bring up a few precepts so brothers can understand, like, all that over righteousness, that overzealous spirit, like, it's not meant for us, man. First,
Trash.
go to Isaiah 64:6. But we are all as an unclean thing, and our righteousness are as filthy rags, and we do all fade as a leaf, and our iniquities, like the wind, have taken us away. Again, let me see. Did I miss a verse? Let's see. No, yeah, that was the main verse I wanted to get to. But again, like when it comes to quote unquote our righteousness, the Most High really doesn't care at the end of the days, because it doesn't matter how righteous we are, since we're in that fallen sin-like flesh. Everything that we do is going to be considered, not good enough in the eyes of the Most High, because at the end of the day, you either keep the law perfectly or you don't, and none of us keep the law perfectly, so none of us are righteous. Again, another precept, Isaiah 53:6. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned everyone to his own way, and the Lord hath laid on him the iniquity of us all. Now we know this precept, that's a reference to Christ, being laying the iniquity of us all. But that still hasn't changed today. All of us brothers, at least prior to coming the truth, we were like a sheep and we were astray. And many of us still are astray in terms of our understanding and how we're supposed to conduct ourselves. Because at the end of the day, it's a process. It takes time for you to learn and grow. So it's not about you, dogging this brother. Oh, you're off on this aspect. This is off. Because, brother, at the end of the day, you're off in certain things that you do. That's why even Christ himself said in the scriptures, basically to not be a hypocrite. Don't call out a brother for something he's doing when you have a beam in your own eye. And let me get that precept. It's Matthew, the 7th chapter, verse 1. Judge not, that ye be not judged. For with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged. And with what measure ye meet, it shall be measured to you again. And why beholdest thou the mote that is in thy brother's eye, but considerest not the beam that is in thine own eye? Or how wilt thou say to thy brother, let me pull out the mote out of thine eye, and behold, the beam is in thy own eye? Thou hypocrite, first cast out the beam out of thy own eye, and then thou shalt see clearly to cast out the mote out of thy brother's eye. Meaning, you got to be more focused on, improving yourself and making sure you straight before you want to call out this brother and that brother for how they're conducting themselves. It's about self-accountability before you put that burden on everybody else. And again, that's why it's important to be grounded in the scriptures, because throughout it lets us know that essentially there's nothing inherently righteous about people. So yeah, it's cool that you're doing everything to the best of your abilities, you're rehearsing the righteous act, but don't allow that to puff you up, because at the end of the day, you're still a wicked man. And I just want to read one more precept. This is Job, the 15th chapter, starting at verse 14. What is man that he should be clean, and he which is born of a woman that he should be righteous? Behold, he putteth no trust in his saints. Yea, the heavens are not clean in his sight. How much more abominable and filthy is man, which drinketh iniquity like water? And again, that's just the average mindset of a man. Even us brothers who come in the truth, even though we've been renewed in the spirit, we still have to be realistic. I still got to be realistic for myself. I mean, the laws haven't been put in my inward parts. I still fall short each and every day. There's still things that I do that I need to improve upon. So it's not my job to impute a sense of over righteousness because, oh, man, I keep the Sabbath, bro, and I don't eat pork and shrimp anymore, man. So, man, I'm just doing everything so right. I keep the Passover. Yeah, I'm doing everything so right to the Most High. And why aren't you brothers doing what I'm? It's not about that. It's cool. That's a part of learning and growing. But at the end of the day, you following the laws, that's for your own benefit and your own growth, because the laws of the Lord and the scriptures are good. They're meant to help you. But at the end of the day, it's not something that you need to be dogmatic about and try to impose on other people. Like, for example, if you're a brother who likes to work out and go to the gym and you see the health benefits of it, you don't need to impose your will on another brother and try to force him to go to the gym. My nigga, if he wants to be 120, that's his business. And if he don't want the benefits of working out, okay.
And also, too, if you're a brother who's not really down with that and all that, and that brother that wants to do it, don't accuse him of being worldly or being fleshly or being driven by the flesh or things like that. Because because this is something that he's into. Don't accuse him of having the workout spirit and all that shit, man. You know, don't be that kind of a brother who tries to put your lot on someone else. Don't put your lot on someone. It may not be in your lot to want to work out, man. That's fine. I'm sure you got other things you like to do if you don't want to work out. Maybe you like playing video games. You don't read the precepts 24/7, brother. You don't. You know, stop capping, dog. You know, just speaking in general. I'm not speaking no one in particular. Speaking in general, like this truth is about being honest and realistic with ourselves. Nobody reads the Bible 24/7. In fact, I don't even think the Most High wants it to be that way. Because honestly, if we did that, we'd probably be bugged out, man. We'd probably be bugged out because we would get so enraptured and consumed with the certain more vivacious aspects of the Bible and the more vivid aspects of the scriptures. Well, we wouldn't know how to live a normal, regular life, man. We wouldn't know how to operate within society because all we'd be thinking 24/7 is about the more vivid aspects of the Bible. It would inhibit us from being able to live life. So I don't even think the Most High wants. Now, of course, you're supposed to be occupied in prophecy. Of course, this is the most important thing in your life. Don't get it twisted. But you're not doing it 24/7 in terms of reading it and studying it. You have other things. You gotta go to work. You got a job. You got other things. You got interests that you like doing and whatnot. And just because a brother likes to do those things doesn't mean he's wicked. It doesn't mean he's worldly. It doesn't mean he's carnal or any of that, man. It just means he has hobbies. And who? Let me ask you this: who gave the brother the hobbies, man? If a brother likes to work out, if a brother's talented musically, who gave him those talents? Who gave him those gifts, man? You think you did it? No, the Most High did, man. So obviously the Most High gave that brother something that's beneficial for his spirit, man. As long as you're not doing it to promote wickedness. That'll be different if he's doing it to promote wickedness. But as long as he's keeping everything, he's not doing it to promote wickedness. It's all righteous and whatnot. He ain't breaking no laws, doing it and all that. Then I don't see. Then you gotta be humble enough to understand that the Most High gave that brother that spirit to want to do these things, man, for a good reason. You got to think about it in terms of how the father, why the father would do something for a brother. Take yourself out the equation, man. Brothers in Israel got to stop being so prideful when it comes to those things, man. That's a damn shame that you got a brother who likes to do certain things. You say he has the whatever that is spirit. That's a damn shame, man. Honestly, it really is. And some of y'all who know what I'm talking about, y'all know what I'm talking about. But continuing on, I want to get this precept right here to add on to what the brother said, because this is it's another precept that goes into why we have to exercise the spirit of the law, why we don't beat people over the head with the law, and why we practice the law ourselves, man, because it keeps us in check. This is the book of Romans, chapter 3 and verse 9. What then are we better than they? No, and no wise, for we have before proved both Jews and Gentiles that are under the sun. Of course, the Gentiles not talking about other nations. That's a whole other story. Verse 10, as it is written, there is none righteous, no, not one. So it said, as it is written, there was not one. There was none righteous, no, not one. Of course, and this Paul, of course, Paul is quoting. I can't remember the exact precept he's quoting, but it says, as it is written. So he's quoting a prophet of old, as he did multiple times throughout his epistles. For y'all who don't really fuck with Paul like that, that's all he was doing. Verse 11, And he was giving suggestions based off of the commandments. As he said, I say this by permission, not of commandment. But continuing on, verse 11, there is none that understandeth, there is none that seeketh after the Most High. And he's not saying there's none that seek, he's not saying there's none that don't seek righteousness. There's not none that don't seek understanding. When he says there is none that understandeth, there is none that seeketh after the Most High, it's basically saying we as humans can justify things according to ourselves. We don't have the ability to see things as the Father sees it 100% of the time. We have something called human error. We have something called being a man, where we can justify things. We have things called, I mean, now women suffer from this more than we do, but feelings and things like that. But men deal with it as well. We have something may feel good, it may feel like doing this, it may feel like doing that, and your feelings can overcome your logic. That's what it's meaning when it's saying there was none that understandeth the Most High, there was none that seeketh after the Most High. That's what it's really going. Not saying that you literally are not seeking the Lord. It's just saying, you can justify things as a man, in a way that the Most High wouldn't do. But continuing on, verse 12, they are all gone out of the way. They are together become unprofitable. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. I'm gonna stop right there, because we got to understand, man, that ultimately none of us keep the law 100%, and the wages of sin is death. So by that logic, we should all be dead. So it's the grace of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua. Well, it's the grace of Yahweh sending his son Yahweh Shai to cover us in that way, man. And I want to go down to Romans chapter 3 and verse 25. Romans 3:25, whom the Most High sent forth to be a propitiation through faith, which is mercy, through faith in his blood, to declare his righteousness for the remission of sins that are past through the forbearance of the Most High. So, hey, man, we get an opportunity to get eternal life through that blood of Yahweh Shai, man. We got an opportunity to come back to the Most High for redemption, for coming back when we fall short, and whatnot, through that blood of Yahweh Shai, man. We're not, like D-Ben was saying, we don't have to suffer immediate consequences and immediate when I say consequences, I mean really consequences damnable to death for our sins, or consequences that have a death consequence for our sins, as in, some of the instances in the ancient world, man, and that's really a blessing, because we all have things that we've done that's worthy of death if we're going to be honest with ourselves. And I want to get that point right there. This is the book of 1 John, chapter 1, verse 8. If we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. Verse 9, we confess our sins. He is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. So, and then I want to shout out the brother Tribe of Judah Teach, because he made me kind of rethink my mindset when it comes to the concept of being perfect. That was a great video he done. I can't remember what the name of the video is called, but I think the video is called "Can You Be Perfect in the Truth" or something like that. And that's a great video. It kind of made me rethink, because I used to have a mindset where, no, we can't be perfect. We do the best we can, but we can't be perfect. And the brother was breaking down the video is that every time that you repent of your sins, you are forgiven and you are made perfect. And now that really kind of made me rethink. It's like, wow, I can see what he's saying right there. Like, because the Most High literally forgives us every time we come to him and repent. But the key word is you have to come and you have to confess your sins to him. And that's the part right there. That's the hard part right there. You did it, but it's hard to face the Most High. Let's be real, man. There's a reason why only Moses was able to see his face. There's a reason for that, man. It's hard to face the Most High, because the terrible power in which he is. The scriptures say, knowing the fear of the Lord, the terror of the Lord, we persuade men. So the terror of the Lord. The judgment, the power of the Lord. So sometimes it's terrifying having to face him when you did something you shouldn't have been doing. But that's a necessary step to take. If you want to be made holy, you want to be made perfect, man. And of course, that's what we should want. So we got to confess our sins to the Most High. And when we do, he cleanses us, man. And that's through that blood of Yahweh Shai. So anyway, any brother in Israel coming down on Yahweh Shai, I want to say Yahweh Shai is not real, or Yahweh Shai was a Greek, or he's an idol or some shit, man. You don't know what the fuck you talking about, man. And honestly, man, that's such a foolish statement to make, because if you were real with yourself, without that blood of Yahweh Shai, you wouldn't even be standing here today, man. Let's be real. So that's a damnable statement to make. And with that mindset, you ain't gonna make it. And that's not me saying that as a man. There's plenty of precepts in the Bible that prove that. But I say that not to get down on brothers, but I say that to get them brothers' heads that you gotta believe in Yahweh Shah, man. And the importance of Yahweh Shah has to be made known unto the men of the nation of Israel, man. Because not only is he gonna be the leader of the new kingdom, because everything will be given over to the Son. Not only has all judgment been given to him, pursuant to John the 5th chapter. Not only is he going to be the one coming down the chariots to destroy and to save, pursuant to 2nd Esdras to chapter 13. So not only for those reasons alone, you should want to believe in Yahweh Shah, but also because each time that you sin and every time you pray to the Most High to forgive you, it's through that process of him sacrificing his Son for us that we're able to be made whole in the Most High's eyes, that we're able to have a chance at salvation in the Most High's eyes. It's Yahweh Shah pleading to the Most High in the heavens, man. Let me get that point real quick, man. Let me get that. Where is that? I think it's in 1 John the 4th chapter. I can't find it right now. Maybe I'll get it later. But whatever, man. But he's, it's Yahweh Shai, in the heavens, pleading our case to the Most High, man. So there has to be respect, put on his name because of that, man. And it's because of Yahweh Shai that we're able to have understanding and knowledge based off the righteous spirit to be able to see what's going on in the world right now, because he is wisdom, because he's, matter of fact, let me get this. It's Wisdom of Solomon. I'm gonna read this precept. D-Ben brought this out earlier, but I'm gonna read it again. Wisdom of Solomon 5:16. Therefore shall they receive a glorious kingdom and a beautiful crown from the Lord's hand. For with his right hand shall he cover them. With his arm he shall protect them. His right hand is Yahweh Shah. Yahweh Shah is the right hand of the Father, man. So with his right hand covering us with what? The hedge of protection, the wisdom and understanding, the salvation of righteousness, which is salvation. And not salvation of righteousness. Your helmet of righteousness. That helmet. When you put a helmet on your head, what's the head of the man? Yahweh Shai. So it all ties into that. He's wisdom and he's understanding. He's knowledge, man. Which you can read that all throughout the Bible. He comes in the volume of the book, First John, John the 1st chapter. In the beginning, with the word was God, the word was God. Man, that's Yahweh Shai right there, man. Proverbs the 8th chapter. Going into that, in the beginning, I was there with wisdom. Like it just blatantly tells you, man. So you got to put some respect in Yahweh Shah's name, and in doing so, you have a chance to get saved, and that'll give you the right understanding, for how you should go about doing things. Because if you don't believe you don't have no redemption for your sins, why would you repent? Because you do sin. So why would you repent if you don't believe you have no chance to get saved, man? And the reason why you believe you can get saved. It's because Yahweh Shah died for your sins, so that you can rehearse the righteous acts, so you can come back to these laws, statutes, commandments, and that you can practice them and implement them into your everyday life, and have that faith. It requires faith to be able to do that, man, and that keeps you on the process of getting salvation. I just want to get one more quick precept to touch on a point that was made earlier about Yahweh Shah and Moses speaking the same song. This is Hebrews chapter 3 and verse 2. Who was faithful to him that appointed him, as also Moses was faithful in all his house. For this man was counted worthy of more glory than Moses. And of course, when you read verse 1, it tells you it's talking about Yahweh Shah. For this man was counted worthy of more glory than Moses, in so much as he who hath builded the house has more honor than the house. For every house that builded for every house is builded by some man, but he that build all things is the Most High. But Moses verily was faithful in all his house as a servant for a testimony of those things which were to be spoken after. But Christ as a son of his own house, whose house we are, if we hold fast the confidence and the rejoicing of the hope firm unto the end, showing that Yahweh Shah and Moses, they sang the same song, man. Moses was fervent, was a fervent servant in his house, but he spoke of a prophet that would come after him to give an account of the things that he didn't speak, which was Yahweh Shah, singing that same song and giving further edification based off of that song. That's all it was, man. You know, and of course building the house that we should coming under, that being the church and being the elect, you know, being the head of the elect. So it's all interconnected, man. But any of you brothers got any closing remarks or statements or whatnot before we wrap this up?
Nah, I'll be honest. I thought I had my closing statement when I did Second Ezra, the 16th chapter, and then I just kept going and going. So like, nah, the only thing I would say, again, I just want to, exhort to brothers the importance of reading the scriptures, and also we have to understand, like it says, I believe Hosea 4:6, like because our people rejected knowledge, the Most High rejected us. So. But thankfully, due to his mercy and his grace, and to fulfill, I believe it's the prophecy in Daniel, the 12th chapter, wisdom and knowledge shall increase. So basically, we have an advantage. We have opportunities that our forefathers didn't have in order to, accumulate wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, so that the Most High, will have mercy upon us. So I would say, don't take that for granted.
Gone. Beautiful statement, man. Hey, Ken, you got anything that you want to add, man? Yo, Ken.
That nigga sleep.
Deals out. Hey, man, it's 3:14. It was 2:14 we all at, so I get it, man. Hey, I just want to close off by saying, I want to give all praise, glory, and honor to Yahweh Bashim Yahushua. The Lord will. This was edifying. And giving our brothers an understanding of what's to come. Keep your eyes, be sober, stay vigilant, keep your eyes single, and in all things is at hand, man. The Lord will, we out of here soon. But until then, we gotta endure, we gotta persevere, we gotta run that race and keep it pushing, man. Have faith until the end. That's what it's all about. So hey, all praises and shalom, y'all.
Shalom. Hey, Ken.